again.
I got two for some reason. It looks like there's two separate ones today.
Okay.
Let me nuke one of them and see if it starts the other one. That's weird.
Well, because I set it up, and then when I went to start it, it said I had to set it up again, and I don't know why. So maybe it hiccuped.
Maybe.
But it looks like it's running now.
All right, well.
Were people telling you there was no stream?
Yeah, it says need to go live. Intro's going, can't see anything.
Okay.
It's weird.
They should see it now. I mean, obviously I see it, but that's just the cameras in here.
Yeah. All right.
So it should be going. I signed my first pair of breasts in about 20 years last night.
Damn it.
At my appearance. I was at the Solid Gold Lounge. It was bike night. And I've been to that place before. And there was a band playing, like a cover band. Jenny's one of the owners over there, and she was playing the drums. It was a lot of fun. I love that spot. I was at the bar. I'm getting a drink, and this woman goes, "If I find a pen, can I get your autograph?" And I said, "Sure." And I said, "You know what? Let me go get a Sharpie." Because people aren't usually walking around with pens, and you can't really sign anything properly with a ballpoint pen. And I said, "Let me go get a Sharpie, and I'll come right back." And she's like, "Okay." And I think that she's looking around for a napkin, or, I grab a sticker. Maybe she wants me to autograph it. And she begins to pull down her shirt and bra. And I go, "Oh, okay." And she asked me to just put my last name there. And I said, "Sure." And then she goes to pull the other one kind of down. Like, she's not showing nip, obviously, but she's pulling it down. And I'm like, I think that's good. And, so, listen, it had been a long, long time. And she was lovely. But, again, it was bike night, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
And all bets are off on bike night over there on Snow Road in Brook Park. But it was a lot of fun. Had a great time. We're doing these Harley key stops with Real American Beer and MMS. We're playing these games, getting people qualified to win the key for this Buzzard bike. I'm doing a handful of these appearances. I'm going to be in Akron next Friday night, and then I'm going to be in Chardon. I was just talking to somebody about Chardon. That's where that Pioneer Water Park, I believe, is out in Chardon, where they do, like, adults-only water slide night. At least they used to. I don't know if they still do. But that's out Chardon way. So anyway, if you go to WMMS.com, you'll see the schedule of where I'm going to be, all the different ways that you can score one of these keys, because on August the 9th, we go back to Slim and Chubby's down there in Strongsville, and somebody's key starts the motorcycle. And that person will ride off on that brand new Harley from Southeast Harley-Davidson. And it's a pretty sweet ride, too. I was kind of going over the finer points of it with somebody last night. They were asking me a number of questions. I was trying to answer as best I could, and kind of recounting the last couple of times we've done it. And I envision a situation in which somebody just pops this puppy on and just rides off into the sunset. Unfortunately, it's not that dramatic. There's a few more logistical hurdles, that have to, when we give it away. But one of these years, when we do the Buzzard bike, I would like to set it up so that they can just ride off into the sunset. And furthermore, it would be great if they could blow huge plumes of smoke in all the faces of the people who didn't win.
I don't hate that.
Right? It's not their fault. It's the luck of the draw, quite literally. But, I mean, kind of what better way to establish that rebel spirit than blowing all kinds of smoke.
Rolling coal.
in people's faces as they ride off on that Buzzard bike. But, yeah, it was a good time. So if you came out, thanks. There was another young lady who came out. Lovely girl came over, and she was kind of clad head. So many girls now, you see them, wherever they go, they're just like head to toe in Lululemon, right? They look like they just came from yoga class. And she walks over, and she kind of dips her head down, and she tells me her name. And I go, "Oh, it's very nice to meet you." And she's like, "Oh, I just came out to see you." And I said, "Oh, thanks." And she goes, "I'm the one who sent you the fart." And I go, "Oh, okay." Because, unsolicited, for a while we had guys sending us their farts.
Mm-hmm.
And one female sent me hers, and it was this girl. And she was lovely. And I was like, "Oh, well, thank you for your service." She really popped one off. I don't know that I still have it, but I wouldn't have remembered her name had she not told me. But I vaguely remembered that, we did get one female submission.
Now get out of here, you gross farting animal. I'll see you. Gross. Girls don't fart.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. Oh, she did.
They do.
Yeah.
She did.
Sure did.
And she couldn't have been prouder. And listen, with an effort like that, why wouldn't you be? And so quickly say goodbye. She turned tail and walked out. And I would be lying if I said I didn't turn around and catch a glance to see if the back of her Lululemons looked scorched. They did not. That fabric is holding on for dear life, boy. There's no two ways about it. I'm going to take a break. I will have more money for you. Last handful of keywords for the week for the Buzzard bookie. So $1,000 an hour. Next one's coming up around 2:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th.
streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring,
You gotta keep them separated.
Jelly Roll, Sammy Hagar, Justice, John Fogerty,
And just added Diplo.
15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your
house down. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Classic Rock Live, and make it a preset now.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've been watching.
Rob had a big night, too. He was at the Rocket Arena last night doing stage announcements for the Ghost Town DJs.
Yeah.
And I had forgotten all about these guys, but that must have been exciting. Were you hanging out with DJ Demp and Rodney Terry and all them?
Different band, actually. Yeah.
Not the Ghost Town DJs?
No, but I do kind of wish they played this.
Who did you do the things for?
Ghost.
Oh, Ghost, the Scary Popes.
The Scary
Not the Ghost Town DJs.
Popes. It was...
Not to be confused with the Smoking Popes.
It's an experience, dude.
Uh-huh.
It was...
There was a lot of corpse paint walking around downtown last night when I was leaving work.
Yeah.
A lot of very excited people for the Ghost show.
I've never seen anything quite like it.
Yeah. Our buddy Joe Kalinowski is a huge Ghost fan. He took his girls and, yeah.
So our record guy came in, Guy Howard, awesome dude. The last guy in the world you would expect to be working
Lesnick?
with Ghost. No.
Oh.
No. But he's like, hey, I got you a VIP ticket. I want to show you the VIP room.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So he takes me down, and I walk into this room, and the first thing I see is a glass casket with a woman in it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay. And he goes, oh, this woman was part of the clergy, and in the story, she's dead now. And I turn to my left, and there's 4 more glass caskets with the former papas in them.
Mm-hmm.
So our discussion yesterday about dead people, I was instantly uncomfortable. Like, that's what one of them looks like, just to give you an idea.
Yeah, gotcha.
It looks so real. So, I do the thing, take the pictures, and I walking out, and I see all of the fans, these people just dressed up in makeup, and it's wild. And I'm instantly like, well, crap, everything that I was going to say when I go out there, I'm not going to say now. Like, what do I say to this crowd?
Oh, you were going to be cheeky. And
I was going to goof around, have some fun, and I'm like, that's going to go over like a fart in church.
They're deadly serious.
So
Or at the very least, don't want to feel like they're being made fun of.
And I wasn't going to make fun.
No, I understand.
But I had like some, boy, I should have,
You're going to play around.
I can't believe I didn't wear that costume tonight. I was going to goof around.
Right.
But as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my God. There was a woman, and I swear this happened. I turned to Pat Butler and to Howard. Corey was coming in as it happened. Mm-hmm. She was wearing basically like a black skirt, right? A long to her ankles black skirt. But it was slit from the ankles all the way up to her waist. Mm-hmm. So it was basically like a loincloth in the middle, right? And she's walking by, and her bush was showing.
Yeah. I mean, you want to be goth, but you also want to be sexy.
There was no undies. I thought, like, okay, maybe I'm not seeing that right. And I turned and I looked again, and the whole thing was out. And I was like, what?
Easy access in case she runs into Papa.
Dude, I instantly became a fan of Ghost in that moment. I'm like, you know what? I don't even care what their music sounds like. If I can walk around and see Bush, it's the greatest thing ever. Not the band. So I stuck around and I watched the show. I made it through about an hour.
Did anybody open? This was a show, too, where everybody had to give up their phones.
Yep. They lock your phones up. They had, like, areas you can go and use them, but nowhere near the arena, which I do give them credit for.
What, like across the street?
No, inside. Like, if you went to a table, they would unlock it for you and let you, check your messages or do whatever.
Or whatever. Yeah. Did they have an opening band, or was
it just them?
An evening with Ghost?
Yep, and they had these things that came down and covered the stage, right? You know how they normally will pull down a banner or whatever?
Yeah.
It was like that, but this was it's like this like terry cloth black. It was awesome. So we had to stand up on security risers when we greeted the crowd.
So were you scrambling to, like, find a miter last minute just so you look more like you fit in there? Or
I was looking for a papa head.
Yeah.
So I
Rob's
got
hastily putting shoe polish on his face.
I did the generic everything that you hear someone do on a stage, right? Hey, it's Rob from the Alan Cox Show. Thank you guys so much for listening. I can't wait to see Ghost. I'm excited. It's my first show. Blah, 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 blah. I did maybe 30 seconds. And I said, and on our radio station, we have a show on Saturday nights called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's our metal show. And everybody started cheering. And I said, please say hello to my friend Corey Roddick. And Corey got up and did exactly what I wish I could do. Corey
he went bananas.
Bananas.
Yeah.
Grabs the mic and just screams Cleveland, and the place goes ballistic.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm like, oh, God, there he is. And he starts with the rock and F and roll.
He's a performer,
and,
man.
Oh, my
Corey
God.
knows what's up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then Pat, he introduced Pat, and Pat came up and he talked to the crowd about Ghost and that kind of stuff. So in hindsight, I probably should have brought Pat up first and let Corey close.
Closed with Corey?
Yeah. Corey's that guy, right? But, I mean, dude, the response was fantastic.
Pat's like me. He's like super dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you also, you get animated with crowds and
I
stuff,
do,
too.
boy. You put me in front of people, and I go nuts.
Well, I wouldn't say nuts, but you definitely get
Nuts for me.
for you.
Yeah, I don't go Corey Roddick nuts. I mean,
But
he,
it was
you know,
it was loud,
He
man.
goes full tilt boogie.
It was so cool that people, again, great response for the station, great response for the guys. It was awesome.
Hi, everybody. Just want to say have a great time tonight, okay? Excited to see the band Ghost, everybody. Moo! It sounds spooky. All right, I'm going to turn it over here.
And
I
I even made the lame, like, yeah, I've never seen these guys, but I'm excited, that kind of thing. But yeah, again, it went
Well, they're excited for you. There's probably people in that building, and it's like their 400th Ghost show.
without question.
Yeah.
So Howard was like, hey, man, can you stick around? I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'll watch some of the show. I stayed for like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell you, dude, I don't know that I've ever seen a cooler stage presentation. The band is so good. I mean, as tight as they come. And this guy is just brilliant. Tobias?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude, this is all like planned out 10 years in advance what he knows he wants to do next with the next Papa. And he knows all of these things. Like the players are all hired guns. Like no one's actually in the band.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So
I thought that there were guys. I thought Ghost was a band. So
it's him.
Oh, okay.
So basically, he records everything except the drums. So he plays every instrument, bass, guitar.
So
sings
it's as much performance art as it is music.
with
like a band.
100%.
Oh,
Have you
okay.
seen them?
I've never seen them. No.
Oh, dude.
I like the Ghost BC, like the really early stuff. I was like, oh, that sounds like something I could get into. And then somewhere along the line, I'm not sure if, I don't know. They just sounded to me like they were getting way more kind of poppy. And no, I probably would have gone had I not had my appearance last night.
So there
But,
was some of,
I am
of that.
curious.
There is some of the, poppy type of stuff. But, I mean, they played like 4 songs from what was the first Ghost album, I guess. My neighbor went with me. He's a huge Ghost fan. So
Because Tobias is the main guy, and then
Yeah.
the other ones are just named Nameless Ghoul.
yeah. And but,
Like the guys in Sleep Token all go by numbers, and they keep it real. We want to let the music is its own personality.
But there's some of like the best players you've ever seen play live. You know what I mean? Like these guys are insane.
Yeah.
Like they're so good, and everything. I mean, once it makes this sort of shift in the middle, they kind of start with the pyrotechnics, and I mean, it was mind blowing. It was a really really good show.
I'll have to
and
check
I did
it
not
out.
know one song.
Did they sell it out?
No, not all the way.
Pretty
but
close, I bet.
The third upper deck was open. What is it called? Loudville.
Yeah.
That was
Volume Town.
Volume Town. Pretty well sold. I mean, there was a lot of people in that place. So a ton of fans. And listen, man, I would I don't know that like it's gonna be in regular rotation for me, but from what I saw and what I heard, man, I can understand why they have the following they have. They're a good band.
But you didn't get to meet Papa.
I did not meet Papa. So apparently, and I asked this question, this is where you lose me a little. Apparently, if he is in that show mode, if he meets fans, which he didn't on this tour, but if he meets fans, he won't talk.
He's full method.
He will not speak as Papa. He waits until after the show, and then he'll meet people as Tobias.
Yeah, okay.
Which I can respect.
Yeah, I get that. It's like, hey, I was in show mode. I'm playing that guy up there.
Yeah.
Now you're meeting me.
But it was like the unveiling of this new character, like his new Papa. And they bring him up like on this riser thing. And he looks like the Pope, dude. He has like this silver mask on. Place goes bananas. Oh, they go insane. He's wearing like the big Pope hat, the gown, whatever you call those.
The cassock.
That?
Yeah.
He's wearing. I'm telling you, man, theatrical. Boy, oh boy, what a show.
Well, and also, I know that I remember a while back he had said that he was getting really, really disenchanted with all the people on their phones. It's hard to keep the audience's attention and energy up when you're up there trying to kill it, and everybody's like filming you or watching, so that's why they take your phone at those ghost shows.
So that's where I was going with that. When you mentioned that earlier about locking your phones up, at first I was like, it's like the Chappelle thing. Oh, don't record my set, we don't want it to leak. And then I looked around the crowd, and I was like, there's not one person on their phone. Everybody's just watching this, and they're just going along with what he's doing, and they're chanting, and it's just wild.
Yeah, because you have to force people to do that.
Right.
Right? They're not going to do it of their own volition. You have to tell them, hey, if you want to come, you got to lock up your phone.
And it was a completely captive audience. You know what I mean? Like, everybody was watching what he was doing. And he's a showman, man. My God, is he good. It was again, it's probably not, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's my cup of tea.
But as a show, it's top notch.
One of the best shows I've ever seen.
Yeah.
From that perspective. Like, it was insane. Like,
cool.
Really, really cool.
All right.
And if you like nudity, you can see
full bush,
little bush, and a lot of low cut stuff.
Mm-hmm.
One woman, my God,
well, girls want to be sexy at those kinds of shows. Yeah,
looked like a couple of Zeppelins in a heat race, just making a run for them, boy.
The horror.
Wowzers, just
right.
out. I was like,
good.
Hello.
Well, they're hoping to catch Papa's eye.
Papa.
Because there's a hint of, with that theme that they've got, when there's girls walking around half naked, there's something very blasphemous about that, right?
Totally.
There's a salaciousness to it.
Dressed as nuns.
Oh.
Papa.
I've got money here for you, $1,000. You're going to get 4 of these keywords from me. They'll be the last ones of the week before we fire it back up on Monday morning with RMG. So I hope you win this afternoon. $1,000 right here. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Tennessee. Lord, I've really been real stressed, down and out, losing ground. Although I am black and brown, problems got me pessimistic. Brothers and sisters keep messing up.
Remember Arrested Development?
Yeah.
I rode an elevator down with them 30 years ago. And this is a band that famously had like 45 people in it. Yeah.
Were they all in the elevator at the same time?
I was covering the Soul Train Awards in Los Angeles, like the first year of that, and it was Arrested Development and Crisscross in an elevator. And they had room for me when it stopped on my floor, and so I just kind of squeezed myself in. And yeah, Arrested Development had so many people that one of the people in the band was an old guy that they would just put in a rocking chair. But they had a couple of hits. They had Tennessee was one, and the other one was, what was the big Arrested Development? Mr. Wendell. Go ahead, Mr. Wendell. Anyway,
yes.
I heard
I haven't thought of that song in years.
Mr. Wendell, yeah. I heard Dionne Farris was, I think, the big breakout person from Arrested Development. She went on to have a solo career. Super cute, talented.
Did she do You Gotta Be?
She did.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. But I heard from some of our bureau chiefs in the great state of Tennessee. I have a handful of friends who live in Nashville, but all throughout Tennessee. We have people who listen on the app. And Tennessee was recently ranked as the worst state in the United States for quality of life. How did they beat all those Gulf Coast states? States that rank like 52nd in literacy, right, out of 50? How did they beat Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama? If nothing else, you've got Gatlinburg right there, Rob. Pigeon Forge, Dollywood, right? You've got the Vegas Strip of Tennessee. Yeah. You've got Memphis. Forget Memphis. You've got Nashville. The quality of life measurements that some company put out, Tennessee ranks dead last for quality of life there. They measure how satisfied and healthy the residents are. They figure in factors like crime rates, health care, child care. See, I think Memphis is dragging them way down. Statistically, Memphis is in really bad shape.
But it's such a cool town.
I've never been.
Oh, man.
I've never been to, I literally, because my brother-in-law got married in Pigeon Forge. I've never been to Nashville. I've never been to Memphis.
Nashville used to be way cooler. Now it is, you just said
now
like
it's
Vegas.
Like Vegas, yeah.
There's all those the cut-up buses, and it's all party buses, and, people puking and bachelor parties and that.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. I hate country music, so for me it really didn't matter. There's like two streets in Memphis you can go to because the town is so bad. But Beale Street in Memphis, if you have not been, you need to go. It is awesome.
Also, people who live in those cities are like, good. Tell everybody it sucks here. Don't don't move, right? Because the handful of people that I know personally, they moved to Nashville from like L.A. and Seattle, and because Nashville is blowing up, and it's getting to the point now where it's going to be unaffordable.
Yeah,
but it's not there yet. And then there's other people who grew up there. It was like I couldn't wait to get out. So it just depends on at what point you're showing up. But one of our bureau chiefs in Tennessee sent me the story about how they're somebody in Knoxville sent me this, said that Tennessee was ranked worst in the United States. And again, I just I have to think that maybe this was written by somebody who's from one of those other states. They're trying to divert attention away.
Yeah.
They're trying to get people to not talk about, hey, maybe if we don't remind people, we can get them against Tennessee. Tennessee. Arrested Development did not win a Soul Train Award, I don't believe, the year that we rode the elevator together. And I can't help but think that it's because at the last minute I might have taken their eye off the ball. I may have distracted them in some way that was not known to me at the time. One of those, can you believe that white boy got into our elevator? One of those, And so I hope that
maybe it was you got to go negative. Maybe it was the other way around. Maybe they were like, that guy had so much soul for a white guy. Who are we?
I had nothing.
Who are we?
30 plus years ago, I had nothing.
An existential crisis?
Yeah.
Who are we supposed to be? We thought we were cool till we met that guy.
Alan, Ghost sounds like the Halloween version of the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
So I actually made that comparison. I didn't say the Halloween version, but I did. It is a very theatrical show, very much in the same way, but better. I mean, by much, much better. Not that TSO is bad, but Ghost is more. It's more what you would want. You know what I mean, Alan? From like a rock perspective.
Yeah, I understand. Alan, I've never been to a Ghost show or listened to them before this week, and I was there last night, and it was awesome.
That's me. I mean, I know like 2 songs. Yeah, they played a bunch of old stuff, man. People were like going, and the fans are hardcore, aside from the costumes, man, but like every single word sung back at the top of their lungs. Like, it was loud in there, dude.
Oh, good for them.
Listen,
that's why they're playing arenas, right?
Right.
They weren't always doing that. But you didn't get to meet Papa. Papa?
No, I did not.
Okay. What would you have said had you had the opportunity afterwards? You've been like, hey, what a great job you did there, my man.
I probably. I mean, if I didn't meet him as Papa, I would have probably been able to have some form of a conversation with him. We could have talked about the Ozzy, the show.
Was he over there? Was he part of Tobias Fortier or whatever it is?
Yeah, and he actually was photographed in that as himself. He was in that picture with all the artists.
Yeah.
He's not Papa.
Because in the off hours, he's just Lil Toby.
He's just Toby.
From Norway or wherever they're from. Were they Dutch?
I think so. I think they're Swedish or Norwegian. One of the two. It's the same thing, isn't it? Swedish.
They are a Swedish band from Linköping, Sweden. There's an umlaut over the O. I have to assume that Linköping, Östergötland, Sweden is where they're from.
That's exactly what every song sounded like, too.
Formed in 2006. So they've been going for a pretty good run there. Okay, I've got to take a break. 35192 if you want to send me a text. Oh, you want to go see Dropkick Murphys and Bad Religion? I like this. The tour is called The Summer of Discontent. And they're coming to Cleveland. A little co-headlining run that they're doing. So Bad Religion, Dropkick Murphys, and the Mainliners are rounding out the lineup. A couple of weeks away. It is Sunday, August 10th over at Jacobs Pavilion. AXS.com for the details, or if you have that app, tickets, info, all that. You'll get my last pair this week. So make it count. Good luck. 216-578-1007 for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Captain Fun's Floating Fandango on the Good Time 3s, presented by Circle K and WMMS. August the 23rd, we'll go back out. If you go to WMMS.com, it will tell you all the ways that you can win. You can also buy your tickets as well. All the information is there for you. I will have tickets. I've got a ticket stop I'll be doing on August the 14th. That information is there as well. So go to WMMS.com if you want to join us, because it's going to be a lot of fun. It goes by way too quickly, year to year. Live music from Taint Smasher and the Master Blasters and the Ultra Terrestrials.
He's got a gig tonight. I might run out and see him.
Where's that, in Akron?
No, he's in Cuyahoga Falls.
Oh.
He's at the Tiki. What the hell's it called? Damn it. I just was talking to him.
Tiki Underground.
Tiki Underground.
Yeah.
He goes on around 8.
Beautiful. How's about... I love tiki bars, boy.
Me
I won't
too.
lie to you. Holy crap.
What's the one right here that I went to?
Porco.
Yeah, that place is awesome.
Porco's great. Been there for, I think it was the first bar in the state of Ohio to start selling Malort.
You can't make every decision a good one.
No, but it's pretty tasty. No, tiki bars are great. Easy to get wrecked, though. You know?
Oh, yeah.
It's difficult to, you can easily lose track of where you are in the evening. And then it all kind of hits you at once.
Drinks are so good, though.
Yeah. There's a place called, God, what's the tiki spot that we went to in Vegas? It was like Frankie's Tiki Room is where I went last time. And that's like one of your classic, super dark, dimly lit, you know, because some places they're trying to do like a tiki motif, but they're also kind of trying to be too clever with it. So it's a little brighter than it should be. Like Porco obviously has set that standard.
Yeah.
In Northeast Ohio, but there's all kinds of, there's a place at home in Chicago called 3 Dots and a Dash that's pretty good, you know. And again, I have no a direct correlation to like tiki vibes. You know what I mean? Like I'm not, I don't have tiki torches in my house. I don't have, but when I go to a bar, I like them.
I do too.
Open a place called the Cheeky Tiki, if I had one, but I don't.
Riki Tiki Tavi.
Yeah, that's good too. So those cruise tickets around 3:10, around 4:10, I will have your Buzzard bike key. We all have one. Rover tells you in the morning when Dan does his and when I do mine. So mine comes up around 4:10. And then Dr. Ryan Berglin is back for Is It Red, the last hour of the show today. So guys, if you've got some strange things going on down there, he's a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic, and he joins us a few times a year and is available to answer whatever questions you might have. So we'll take calls and messages and all that live when he's in here, but if you're not, you know, you might be a podcast listener or something. In which case, you're not even hearing me say this. But, you know, maybe you got to dip out before he shows up. You can email me or text or whatever. I'll try to get to the questions. But we'll do that later on. It's always a good time when he's here because I always learn something. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to learn something. And even though he's been coming in for many, many years for our Is It Red segment, I still learn something every time. And that's all I'm trying to do. You know, they just put up this giant building downtown. Changing the Cleveland skyline is what they said. For Sherwin-Williams, that big office building that just went up.
Mm-hmm.
And then apparently before they were ready to unveil the whole thing, they discovered some major structural defect, something. I don't know. They had to go back in there. And so I think the unveiling of the whole project was delayed.
Man.
The guy died there last night.
Really?
Yeah. Got trapped under a forklift.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Pretty wild. Last night or the night before.
Man, what a drag.
I didn't realize they were still actively doing construction. What I had read was that they were behind schedule, something like that, but I guess I didn't realize that they were still actively doing something.
I guess they're still doing a lot. It looks finished from the outside, but I think only like a couple of floors are done.
Oh, maybe this was a few days ago. The post I said made it look like it was a couple days ago, but maybe this was a few days back. Young man, Joseph Cunningham, was the guy, 48 years old.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That poor guy.
He was part of Laborers Local 310. He got killed by a forklift or something. That's wild.
Just going to work. You never know, man. God almighty.
Yeah. Well, somebody made, and they made it so over the top, but it does make the rounds every so often on social media about this German safety video that goes around, you know. Hey, look out. And it's a lot of practical effects, but they're real cheesy. It's supposed to be kind of an industrial film about, hey, be really, really careful when you're working in these types of situations. You know, and it's somebody who, like, gets her arm cut off by a forklift.
Yeah.
But it's like 1980s movie effects. But they get the point across. Also, if you work for Sherwin-Williams, I know a couple of people who do, they are mandating that everybody come back to the office next year. Now, listen, I see people grousing about this who work for the company, but you don't build a giant skyscraper brand new downtown and then tell everybody to keep working remotely. Right. That's not how that works. I mean, I'm sure most people knew that's what was coming, but it is funny when people are like, what? Starting January 1st, full return to the office 5 days a week. Now, I think that's good for downtown. There's going to be nobody who runs a business downtown who's going to be complaining about that. Because it just means you're going to have a brand new building full of people who are going to be, you know, patronizing your establishment. So obviously a lot of places pre-COVID, and some places started doing more remote stuff before COVID, but then COVID shut everything down. And so, you know, who knows? But having more people downtown, and it's far enough away from us, right? It's not really going to adversely affect us. I don't know how it would.
More people?
Well,
all these people suck.
These people.
Stay away.
My God. Who wouldn't love some more hustle and or bustle?
I think you'll get that.
Yeah. Well, and you know, I think some companies gave up on the forcing people back into the office. I think this company gave up on that. You know, for a while they were like, everybody's going to be in here all the time. And then they were kind of like, understood that was silly. They're like, we do have a lot of people that don't need to be here every day.
Depends on who you ask, dude. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people are so full of crap.
What do you mean?
Because it's like some people make a big deal out of it, and they want people back because that's what the company said from the top.
Yeah.
And then there's other managers that are just like, yeah, who cares? Do what you want.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like there's really no straight answer from anyone. Even here, like, people have different opinions.
Well, and also, there are a lot of places where, you know, like if you're parking downtown or going to work, those places got used to fewer people. So that's going to jam people up too,
yeah.
You know? People are like, I got to go back downtown. I got to pay to park.
Or maybe like us, maybe the company takes care of that.
Do they?
I think so.
Is that what happens?
I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't pay for parking, so it's...
Yeah, no, the
I
company.
assume that's the case.
Yeah, the company pays for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, but a lot of people, when they are the RTO, the return to office, a lot of people have balanced that out by saying, fine, I'll come back to the office, but guess what? At 4:59:59, when that clicks to 5 o'clock, I am unreachable.
Yeah.
FYI.
Well, that was the funny thing. At one point, they were talking about, like, if the company pays for your cell phone, they're going to maybe get rid of that. And I'm like, that's fine. They absolutely can do that. I would have no problem with that. I will just never answer the phone ever again after
exactly.
5 p.m. or on the weekend.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. And I'll take my email off, too.
This company's never paid for my phone.
Well, that was part of something I did when I was in management.
No, I understand. There's some people that's like part of their thing. But I'm like, I'll pay for my own phone, thank you. That way, I have full control of my time, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
And you know how good I am with free time.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, don't call me on the weekends when I'm doing nothing.
Just sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
Just as lazy as they can get.
Staring at the walls. I wish I could do that. That would be great. stare at the walls. But you know what I would do? I'd go, should put something on that wall. Wonder if I should paint that wall. That's where my head would go.
Yep.
So, what's also jammed up a lot of companies, too, is when they were offering people certain things to come back to work. And then, if too many people took them up on it, then they were like, well, we hadn't planned for that.
Oh, crap. Everybody wants a gym membership?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that happened here.
Sign up for hybrid work. Well, they shut the gym down here.
Right.
I was going to it for a while. And now we have another one. I'll go in there sometimes. But there was like a gym chain that was in this building for a while. When we first moved down here, I would go over there.
Maybe we shut it down. Too many people.
What do you mean?
No, I'm just joking. Too many free memberships.
Well, I didn't have a free membership.
No, I know.
It was just in the building, yeah. And so I was like, well, it's going to be a lot more convenient for me. And so that's where I went. But they're giving a tour, so they're walking people around here, and people are peering into our windows, Rob.
Is this happening right now?
Yeah, well, they've already gone. But perfect time to do it is on a Friday, by the way, when you can really show somebody the hustle and bustle of what's going on. When I pulled into the garage this morning, every parking slot on our level, I ended up finding one, but they were all full. And on a Friday, that's unprecedented. So I'm like, oh, there must be something big going on. And then I come in here, and it's tumbleweeds. So I'm like, what the hell is going on?
There was no day ball game. I was going to say, that's usually when you see a lot of people here.
Well, that's what I thought. I'm like, well, maybe there's something off-site that I'm unaware of that has nothing to do with me, but that wasn't the case.
Well, they had a muckety-muck here yesterday. So everybody was here yesterday.
He was my old boss.
Yeah. I worked with him years ago, too.
Yep.
Good dude.
He pretended like he remembered me, too, which was nice. I do appreciate that.
I told you the story. I think he did the same thing with me. I was like, hey, man, I'm Rob. Remember? Yeah. How long you been here now? I'm like, I've been in Cleveland for 3 years. Well, what about iHeart? And I said, well, I think 13 years. Oh, it seems a lot longer than that, doesn't it, bud? We're still hanging on.
He plays it right.
Oh, and you could tell he was just like,
he's slick, boy.
He looked at the woman next to him. Who the hell is that guy?
And she doesn't know.
No, I've never seen that guy before in my life.
No, she's probably been with the company a fraction of the time that he has. Well, furthermore, when he was my boss, I was in sales.
Oh, right.
So in Chicago, when I was selling for the company, he was the big boss. And I was like, hey, blah, blah, blah,
Remember you canned me?
Oh, they canned a lot of people.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I knew I was out.
You're going to have
last
to be
hired,
more
first
specific,
fired.
sir.
Yeah. I fired a lot of people. Did you?
No, this was 2011. Ooh, I fired a lot.
I just had a spreadsheet with Social Security numbers on it. What are your last four again? Hey, what's up?
Oh, I remember you.
I'm 9632. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
How you been?
We had to escort you to the elevator with a box of your crap.
You were the one that threatened to set the building on fire.
Not even that. They did it to everybody. That was my first, and to this day, only, and maybe some people have gone through this a lot who work in a much more strict corporate environment. I know it's pretty standard, but that was the only time that I had ever been escorted, and then they brought me my stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's usually, I guess, how those things are handled. I go, okay, well, I'm just going to go, they bring in, like that George Clooney movie, Up in the Air, where he goes in, he's a hatchet man, and he fires people. And they go, this is going to be your last day. We knew it was coming. At least I knew it was coming. And, okay. And I said, and it was like, so they're going to escort you to the elevator. I go, well, I got to go to my desk to get my backpack. Because literally, I didn't have a desk full of things. I didn't have pictures and tchotchkes, and it's like, that's not my thing.
You pack light, man.
Well, yeah. So I had my backpack. And again, I'd only been selling for 11 weeks, right? But things were going okay, and I was in between air gigs. And at that time, I was like, I might never be on the air again, so I should probably drill down into this. But, yeah, he was the big boss at the time. But, yeah, they walk you to the elevator, and then she brings over the backpack. I'm like, I'm not trouble. Like, there were a couple of people that day. I'm like, oh, they might be trouble.
They're coming back.
Yeah, these people, something might be going on. They'd been there forever.
I got this is the only company that I've ever been fired from, and I was fired and hired in back-to-back phone calls. They released me from. I had a regional job when I was in New England. I kind of did like the Keith Kennedy job. I had a bunch of radio stations that I oversaw, and during COVID, they combined a whole bunch of regions, and they gave my region to a guy making way less money, which makes sense, right? And they gave me a job in the national team, so I was doing classic rock from my basement for, I don't know, 18 months. I hated every second of it.
Yeah.
I hated being home. I missed being in like the environment and working with people. And then this job came up and I came. But when they fired me from the regional thing, it was one phone call. And on that call, they said, trust me, everything's going to be okay. And the next, like, literally 3 seconds later, the other guy called me and said, you're coming on board this team and your salary stays the same. And I'm like, okay.
Rob, everything's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, do you mind moving to Antarctica? We're setting up a cluster out there, and we
could really use a guy like you.
How does Alaska sound, all right?
Sounds terrible.
K-Whale is looking for a brand new operations manager.
That's a real radio station.
Is it really?
Yeah, my program director in Chicago had his first programming gig was at K-Whale.
K-Whale.
In Anchorage.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, man, it was wild. But, I mean, I think it was the best thing that ever happened to me, though, because the best thing in the world is getting fired because you're never afraid of being fired again. And
that's not true.
Well,
if
for
people
me,
say that,
care.
they go, you're nobody in this business until you've been fired. And I'm like, that's a fun thing to say. But, these jobs are like a house of cards, especially now. I mean, I got fired from this company back in the day when it was still called Clear Channel.
Yeah.
And that was a whole thing.
See, I got to tell you, man, it made me care less about it because I have a good severance. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do things my way until they don't want me to anymore.
I guess.
And they leave me alone. That's the best part. We've talked about this before. Like you love guys that leave you alone.
Yeah.
I love guys that leave me alone. I do my job. I do well. And they leave me alone. And it's fantastic.
Now, out there, I don't mind when guys don't leave me alone, Rob. Like if they're catcalling me as I'm walking by, that's not so bad.
Well, that happens all the time. I've never seen anyone catcalled like you.
Where's my cat call? That's not a cat call. Where is it? No, that's not a cat call. That's not a cat call. That's not a cat call. I've had a cat call on here. Where's my cat call? That's not a cat call.
That surely isn't. That's a little boner sound effect.
Hey, there you go.
That has one of the funniest fart sounds on it.
This?
Yeah. I don't know why
Just
that one
that?
makes me laugh so much, but it's messy and it's funny.
Okay. Yeah, so anyway, long story short, this guy that, and I still don't know why he was here yesterday. I guess to rally the troops or something, or he was giving a speech about, hey, this is how.
I don't know.
For the sales team.
I thought he was just doing the BIN stuff, the Black Entertainment Network.
Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe. Yeah,
or
maybe.
Black Information Network.
Black Information Network.
And
yeah.
I think that's what he was doing for a long time, so I don't know if maybe there's like a big thing around that. I have no idea. I didn't have a chance to ask him when he was pretending to know who I was.
Okay. Listen, I would rather have somebody pretend that they know who I am in a professional capacity than not.
For sure.
Because I appreciate the effort. I do it. I go, oh, yeah, of course. Hey, good to see you again. How are you?
Oh, I do it all the time.
And they go, you don't remember me, do you? Of course I do. Where did we meet? I recognize your face.
Yeah, I'm
Which
great
is not
with
a lie.
faces.
I'm real good with faces.
That's what I always say. Oh, you know what? And that's why you will see I call everybody man. What's up, man? I don't have anybody. I have no idea.
Even the women?
No idea. Well, that's different. I go, oh, what's up, broad?
Hey, what's going on there?
Look at you. Hey, chick.
Alan, the problem with full return to office is that when I have the squirts, I'll still work from home. If I have to go to an office, I'm staying home. Is that a huge concern? I mean,
I know.
some
How
people.
often you getting the squirts?
I don't know. Some people, they got some weird stuff going on down there. Bringing remote workers back to the office is a dumb idea, this person said. So many studies show there's been no decrease in production, and a lot of times productivity increases. Yes, but it has nothing to do with productivity. It has to do with them going, we just built this giant skyscraper, and now we got to recoup,
Yeah.
where it's not going to be empty. We got to put people in it. It's all about real estate.
Well, isn't there
It's
retail
not about productivity.
Isn't there retail space and stuff in it as well? Like
Probably.
yeah,
I
I
think
they
so.
have like stuff in it.
Yeah, they figured it out. I mean, the building next to us is supposed to have all kinds of like retail stuff in it, and as of yet,
Well, they got the Dogtopia. That's the only thing I've seen so
but
far.
that thing is supposed to where they built, they were like, it's gonna have restaurants and bars, and it's like, is it? Is it?
I hope so.
I know that's how you generate. I know that's how you you get the capital to build it, but is it really? I'd love for it. I think that'd be great.
Fantastic. I mean, it's built to accommodate it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
We running this, let's go. I'm on a boat.
Yeah.
I'm on a boat. Everybody look at me.
Hey, do you guys want to be on a boat with us? We're going out August 23rd. It's a Saturday afternoon on the Good Time 3, this year's Captain Fun's Floating Fandango with yours truly and Rob and Taint Smasher and his bands, all presented by Circle K. We're going out the afternoon of the 23rd. Multiple ways to win your way on. You can also scoop up tickets while they are available. There's some for you to buy. Go to WMMS.com and hit the contest page for all that. You'll get my last pair of tickets this week. Love to have you along, you and a guest. Coming up the 23rd for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. Presented by Circle K. So good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Got a break. That next shot for you to grab $1,000 is coming up 3:30. The next keyword from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart
and I couldn't be prouder.
And no rubbers.
Sure. Well, I still do wear those. I just don't pull
For
out.
fun, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I just really enjoy them.
You get used to doing things a certain way.
Yeah.
And, you can teach me new tricks. If Rob doesn't go to Sleep Token, I will take his tickets. Well, of course
I'm sure you would.
It's
Yeah.
sold out in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, who wouldn't
I'm sure
take
that
tickets?
You will. The Guardians are back tonight. All-Star break is over, and so they return to the friendly confines. Guardians against the A's, who are, they're both, under 500 right now. Guardians, back half of the season is going to prove to be a bit more challenging for them. But tonight, 7:10 is your first pitch. What is the weather supposed? The weather seems to be really wonky today.
Yeah, I think
Is there
today's
any-
going to be okay. I think
Oh,
it starts getting really crappy like the next few days.
I wondered if there was any chance that the game might get delayed. It doesn't look like it's going to rain tonight. Tomorrow, though, is going to be kind of wonky. Anyway, that's what makes me feel old, by the way. We talk about things that make us feel old, is when I find myself standing, looking out of my patio and it's raining, and I go, good, we needed it. That's an old guy thing to say. When
It
it
is.
finally rains, good, we needed this.
Do you have irrigation system at home?
I call it a hose, Rob.
No. In ground
No,
sprinklers.
I'm not fancy. I don't have
them either.
in-ground sprinklers, pardon me.
But I don't have them.
Those little plastic things that pop up?
Yeah.
No. What am I, a golf course?
But I don't water. So I've got a little yellow right now. But my lawn it does so, like this rain, I know you said it needs it, but it really does. It'll be green by the weekend. If it rains hard tomorrow, it'll be green by the following weekend.
Speaking of yellow now, green by the weekend, Dr. Ryan Berglin will join us later on for a segment called Is It Red? It just reminded me, I know I mentioned it, but it reminded me again that he'll be here later on to take your calls and your questions.
We can't forget to ask him about the sitting to pee thing.
I've got my note.
Wasn't there something else too?
Well, let me see. There was the sitting down to pee. There was the death grip syndrome.
That was
I
it.
want to ask him about that.
Yep.
And then a couple of leftover questions from people from last time that I wasn't able to get to, but I have to imagine that the questions are still pertinent to them. Unless they've had it figured out. And if they have had it figured out since then they won't care.
Well, there was the one that people brought. I don't know if it came up last time or not, but someone asked about how often you should be beaten off. Like if it's a good thing for you to do it and like what it does for your prostate.
I mean, I think that the standard answer to that, right, the thing that we've all seen passed around social media, and I think Dr. Berglin might attest to it.
Twice a day?
21 times a month.
21 a month.
Yeah. So you can take a few days off here and there. That's okay. But, boy, has there ever been a more attractive invitation to focus on your health?
Yeah.
What do they say, right? They go, hey, it's really good for your prostate if you whack off.
Yeah.
And guys are like, how is anyone still getting prostate cancer?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like the most healthiest person on the planet when it comes to that.
Well,
what are you doing, honey? My God, what? I'm keeping myself healthy so I'm around longer, Melissa.
That's right. And if you want me to think of you while I do it, I will.
Yeah, whatever you need, fine, but I'm staying around longer.
You want me to stick around, don't you, honey?
I'm improving my health.
This is I'm putting the long in longevity.
Yes, twice a day.
Tonight at the ballpark, by the way, is also Free Shirt Friday for the first 10,000 fans of Progressive Field. Well, that's vague. Free Shirt Friday. All right.
It's all the leftovers.
Yeah, you got like a big bin. You just go elbow deep and pull out a plum.
Hey, we got a whole bunch of Josh Naylor T-shirts here we can't give away. We either send them to impoverished countries or give them away on Free Shirt Friday night.
Like the team who loses the Super Bowl.
Right.
Kids in sub-Saharan Africa have no idea. They have a completely skewed idea of the United States sports victories.
Yeah. Boy, those Buffalo Bills are fantastic.
Remember when the Indians beat the Cubs?
Buffalo Bills,
Nope.
They won 4 in a row. Wow.
Tonight is also Disability Awareness Night at Progressive Field. If you are disabled and unaware of it, they will have people posted near the exits who will tell you.
Just point at you.
I have to assume that's what they mean.
You, sir, are disabled.
Now, I'm not going to tell you how, because I don't want to put you on the spot. But I imagine that you have friends and family around you who might be able to illuminate the situation for you. Or perhaps you own a mirror. Tomorrow night is Stephen Vogt Bobblehead Night. He's the skipper over there?
Yep. We're supposed to go tomorrow. I have tickets.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, good for you.
Damn it. I saw you clicking. I knew it. Melissa's work. She got him from work. So.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the weather. It's supposed to suck tomorrow, I think. And if it's even drizzly, I'm not going.
Well, I'll be out in Mansfield. Here's $1,000 for you. Last couple of keywords of the week before we fire it back up Monday morning. $1,000 goes into somebody's pocket right now from the Buzzard bookie. I hope it's yours. What a hell of a way to go into the weekend. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was just going over, I got the next few nights of promotions over there at Progressive Field. They're playing the A's, and then they stick around to play the Baltimore Orioles. And they're doing Metropolis Meteors T-shirt night. I assume that's the team in the Superman movie.
Yes.
Yeah. That's cool.
Very.
You have Superman night bobblehead coming up. Tomorrow night at Progressive Field is also Women in Sports Night. What's next? Female doctors? Well, that's fun. No, listen, that's great.
It's so funny hearing you say something like that because it's like Bizarro World Alan Cox. You know what I mean?
I love it. Because there's going to be somebody who tunes in just then and goes, what the hell is wrong with this jagoff? I have been a female lacrosse coach for 35 years, and how dare... And then they click right back out because they were so disgusted with my chauvinism and misogyny.
When I was a young baby DJ, I would do a Rush Limbaugh impression on a radio station that played him.
Yeah.
And I would say, and I would just do things that, like, he would never, ever in a million years say. I would say things like, I wish America would give, more credit to people of color. We really need to do things to really help out our fellow man. And I would go on and on. And I would do like 2 and 3 minute rants. And I got caught. My program director was so mad at me. Oh, my God. He's like,
You're confusing people over there on that EIB network.
Well, no, I mean, listen, it was a fine impression, but it wasn't that good. I thought, like, everybody would get that I was joking.
You weren't fooling anybody.
No, I thought it was, obviously, you don't have to run the disclaimer that says celebrity voice impersonated. I assumed it was given.
Did you watch Tulsa King?
I watched the first season, and I gave up on the second.
I did, too. This is the Sylvester Stallone, his first television show, doing over there for Paramount Plus. And it's a good cast, and it is a fun show, but it does get a little silly because Stallone still has to be Stallone. So he's like an 80-year-old guy who's kicking dudes' asses all the time. And I'm kind of like, okay. I may go back to it. I don't know. But they have announced, they have greenlit Nola King.
Oh, boy.
New Orleans, right? Nola King with Samuel L. Jackson. That'll be his first television show, I believe. He'll play, I guess this is, if it's a spinoff, I didn't realize he showed up in this show. I guess I bailed before Samuel L. Jackson showed up in Tulsa King.
I did.
Oh, you knew he was in there?
No, I'm out. I got out of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I did not see him in it.
Yeah. You might know Samuel L. Jackson as the guy in the credit card commercials.
Uses the F word a bit. Snakes.
I am tired of these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane. I was explaining editing for television to my 9-year-old, and I went down a rabbit hole with her on these videos, and we were howling. The monkey fighting snakes, the demented bit of looping they did for Die Hard 2. He's like, yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. right? It didn't sound like, I don't know if by that time Bruce Willis was like, I'm not looping any dialogue. I'm not going back in to do this. And they just got somebody whose read was so warped that it was like, what? The end of Die Hard 2, where he sends the trail of gasoline up to set the plane on fire as it's taken off. Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. And it sounds like somebody doing a bad Schwarzenegger. It's just really weird. It's such a quick line, but I'm like, why that? Why couldn't they pay Bruce Willis a little bit more to loop it?
Maybe he just said no.
Maybe.
That's definitely a possibility.
He learned down the road, by the way. Bruce Willis now is in the advanced stages of dementia, but for the past 10 years or so, people kind of gave him a hard time because he would basically do any movie that was put in front of him. Except the fine print is that Bruce Willis, and I know this because when my wife was working for the Cleveland Film Commission, she had some crossover there, and she said basically the thing with Bruce Willis is you can have him in your movie for $1 million, but he'll only shoot for a day. So he'll be in your film, and I think a lot of people theorize that this is when he knew something was going on with him, and so he's just trying to stack cheddar.
Yep.
And so what you would see is Bruce Willis like on the cover of a DVD or something, but it would turn out he was only in a few scenes, or he wasn't a lead guy, but he would basically do everything because if you had $1 million, Bruce Willis could be in your movie, but he would only shoot for a day. So you'd have to spend that day shooting all of his scenes, and then he's outie. And they would shoot the rest of the movie around that. And so, listen, the guy's no dummy.
No.
And he probably sped that process up
once he realized he was getting sick.
Once he realized that it was not going in the right direction.
Such a shame.
So Samuel L. Jackson, by the way, was not in. He's showing up in the 3rd season of Tulsa King. So they're working way ahead here. 3rd season premieres in September for people who are still watching that show. And he will show up in that, and then they've already said we're going to do a spinoff with him. You got to hand it, by the way, to Samuel L. Jackson for a guy who, his career took off later in life, right? Like, he didn't get famous or successful until he was, I think in his mid-40s, and then just went full tilt boogie. I mean, that's another guy who shows up in a lot of movies you've never seen. But he likes to work, and why wouldn't you? If I was somebody who had been grinding it out into my 40s, and then you finally hit,
yeah,
I'd say, give me everything you got. I like to work. And so Samuel L. Jackson, he doesn't have yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. His line is, what's in your wallet? Didn't he say that in Die Hard? That those two guys were in Die Hard 3.
Mm.
And I think that's where that phrase came from, was he'd say, what's in your wallet, Mr. Falcon?
I don't think so. Pretty sure that's not how it went.
All right.
Did you see, speaking of the $1 million and stuff, did you see what people were paid to do Superman?
The leads?
Yeah.
No.
So James Gunn got $15 million for the movie.
Oh, I figured that. Well, what I was reading is that Superman is going to end up being the biggest budget, the most expensive movie ever.
I think so. It had a huge. I think it was $225 million or something like that.
I thought it was $360.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
when
it was,
all said and done, I thought it was $360. I was like, oh wow. So they really kicked out some cash because a lot of times, and again, the leads in this movie are known people, but not really well-known people. So I thought maybe Corn Sweat, one of these things where they're like, we're going to cast you as Superman, but you're not a commodity yet, and so we're going to pay you next to nothing.
Right.
I figured that's what they did with him.
So if you had to guess, what do you think they paid him? If they gave
they paid David Corn Sweat?
Yeah, if they paid James Gunn $15 million to do the movie.
I bet they paid Corn Sweat $2 million.
$750,000.
There you go.
And that's exactly what Rachel Brosnahan made too.
Yeah.
$750,000.
But I bet they got back end.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but
they get points on the movie, so they'll make 10 times that much.
The guy that played Lex Luthor,
Nicholas Hoult.
Yes, he made $2 million.
Well, I was gonna say his CV is more impressive than those other people. She did Mrs. Maisel and all that.
Yeah,
but she's not like a household name. You know what I mean? Nicholas Hoult, he's coming off Nosferatu and all these other things, and Renfield with Nicolas Cage.
Even if they went
X-Men.
to $325 or whatever you said for a total budget, they made $220 million opening weekend on the global box office.
Yeah,
they're gonna do just fine. It's so good. You're going to go see it this weekend?
I'm going to try. Again, I'm going to be in Mansfield most of the weekend.
That's right.
Maybe Sunday. I'll try to see it, yeah. Alan, I won't have time for Dr. Berglin. I just squirt a bit of Flex Seal into my urethra, so I don't need any vasectomy.
Oy vey.
Digging it out afterwards, though, is not a great time.
Well, it's got to go somewhere. Hey, your nose is running.
Alan, 21 times a month is rookie numbers. You got to pump those up. Well, why am I trying to impress? I'm just saying, rookie numbers, Jesus. Put it down occasionally. How about that?
No.
Yeah.
The minimum it should ever be is 28, and that's only because there's 28 days in February.
Alan, is 60 times a month too much? Listen, man, I'm not here to yuck your yum. I'm not telling anybody what's too much. I'm just saying that when they ask the question, when guys all of a sudden got real concerned about their prostate health when they were told that they could mitigate any problems by keeping the pipes clean multiple times a month.
Yeah.
There are so few ways to maintain your health that are as fun, right? Imagine if that worked for other things. You know, hey, you know how to keep your brain elastic? Whack off all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, cool.
I'm sure it has multiple uses, multi-purpose.
That was that meme. I think I sent it to you. Said something about, I think it's that same thing, like 27 times a month or whatever it is, or 21 times a month to masturbate. And then it shows the picture of Beetlejuice, and it says, me and 3286. It's like, what's up?
Yeah. Hey, Deftones, man. They're playing the Rocket Arena on September the 10th with Idols as a great lineup. Idols is dynamite. And Deftones are great, too. I don't have to sell you on them. The Rocket Arena, it's a Wednesday night. That's a big week for concerts in Cleveland, boy. The new Deftones album is coming out August 22nd. A couple of weeks later, they will come here to Cleveland to perform for you. Last time I saw Deftones in Cleveland, it was at the House of Blues. And now they're at the Rocket Arena. RocketArena.com for the info. Caller 10, you'll get my last pair this week. So good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMA. 98.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Got your shot at my Buzzard bike key here in about 20 minutes, 4:10. Last one of the week. Got some people qualified last night there in Brook Park at the Solid Gold Lounge.
Playing Nut Stacker.
Oh, it was a good time, boy, that Nut Stacker. I wasn't hip to that until I got there. I didn't realize that that was the game we were playing. And it's a real battle of the wills against gravity and physics. So I'll be at Finney's on the Towpath. That is next week, doing a handful of these appearances. Finney's on the Towpath there in Akron on Manchester Road. Manchester. That'll be Thursday from 7:30 to 9:30. And then I'll be at the Hambone in Chardon on Saturday, August 2 from 6 to 8. Oh, that's an early one. Okay. Well, I'll be out there. And those are all locations where we can hang for a bit, and you might end up with a key that could fire up this Buzzard bike. But go to WMMS.com for the details on all of it. Next week on the program, what do I have to give to you? More Harley keys, of course. More tickets to join us on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. I'll have Guardians tickets for you when the Twins are in town. Wait, what? Sunday, August 3rd. Now I've got to look. Because what they sent me, Sunday, August 3rd. Okay, the Twins, yes. My sheet says, the Guardians take on the Cincinnati Twins.
Oops.
Yeah.
Change the name, maybe.
Be the Minnesota Twins. Did they used to be the Cincinnati Twins?
I don't think so.
Or maybe they're just playing two people from Cincinnati. I don't know. Anyway, that'll be next week. Guardians tickets, put you on the cruise. Want to go see Ice Nine Kills? You got to go to Youngstown to see them, but that's another one of those bands that has a pretty dedicated fan base. And Thrice. Remember Thrice?
Yeah.
Played them at the end of the show the other night. A song called Black Honey. They are playing the brand new Globe Iron in November. Thrice, boy. That's another band that changed their sound. You know, they had kind of like a punk hardcore thing going on back in the day, and then they changed it up a little bit. But really good band. So that's all next week. Speaking of movies, I was reading that they're going to do and I don't know what they mean by this, a non-woke reboot of Basic Instinct.
Non-woke.
Anti-woke. Now, anytime anybody says anti-woke, I go, oh boy. Because it doesn't really mean anything. But in the context of Basic Instinct, I really don't know what they mean. Because it's not like Basic Instinct was a woke movie, right? She shows her cooter to Newman. That ain't very woke.
Woke me up.
Yeah. And, you know, now they don't know if Sharon Stone will play anybody in the film. Obviously, this was, that movie was 30 years ago. She was a much younger woman. I think that they should have her come back as her character, because you'll recall they did do a sequel, and I think it flopped. I think it flopped hard. But if she comes back, I think she should play the exact same character, which obviously she would. And I think she should do the exact same stuff. Sharon Stone still looks great. And she's in great shape. And I think that they should reenact, because you know what they do with a lot of these reboots is they'll still cast the original actor or actress, but then they'll also cast like a young person of the moment. And it's kind of a passing of the torch. And so, she'll be like, oh, there's some backstory or whatever, but then she's, got a young ingenue in the wings. Maybe that's what they'll do.
Can redo that scene, her uncrossing her legs. Like, damn it! Who gave Sharon Stone Arby's for lunch? It's not the same. Cut.
I'd watch it.
Of course, yeah.
A guy named Joe Esterhaus, who I believe is from Cleveland, Ohio. You know, back in the day, he wrote a lot of these really successful kind of sexy movies, but he was also legendarily difficult to work with. He's the guy that was Mel Gibson was screaming at because they were trying to write some movie together. Joe Esterhaus is going to get paid $2 million from Amazon to write a screenplay for the reboot. That's a great line of work, too. You want to talk about being a major league sports, skipper or whatever, these guys that get paid for 6 years. They get fired after 3, and they still get paid out. Being a screenwriter, I mean, it's good work if you can get it, obviously. But, you know, you write them a script, they pay you for it. Doesn't matter if the movie ever gets made. Or you sell them an idea, and you get the money. It doesn't matter to you if they make the movie. But I was curious what they meant by an anti-woke version of Basic Instinct. Something about that smells funny. So I don't know. Because they're like, well, they really pushed the boundaries with the original film. Yeah.
But in what way?
I don't know. Well, the movie came out in, 92? I mean, the movie's over 30 years old. And Michael Douglas, he's not going to show up. You know, he recently said he's retired from acting. He's not going anywhere. Talking about, you know, when you're not really well known, they can skimp out on your salary. They paid her $500,000 for Basic Instinct. And, of course, it ended up being a huge, huge hit. Made about $400 million. 2 Oscar nominations. And at the time, because of that scene, you know, they hailed Sharon Stone as this feminist icon because she uncrossed her legs. And for a split second, you could tell that she wasn't wearing any underwear.
For a split second, all was right in the world.
Imagine that is the takeaway from a movie like that, because that's all anybody talked about. That's all it takes. It's like, this guy makes a lot of money and he writes this complicated script, and it's full of sexual tension and it's full of murder, right? Isn't that the subplot? She's somebody who supposedly killed her boyfriend or something. She's supposedly killing guys that she has sex with them, and then Michael Douglas gets into the mix. He goes, I don't care if she's killing people. I think she's gorgeous. That's how those things work, right? That's how it works in real life. Hey, you know that chick's crazy, right? Yeah, I don't care. She's hot. That was the premise of Basic Instinct. So she made $500,000 for the movie, and Michael Douglas made $14 million. Because he was Michael Douglas, and nobody knew who Sharon Stone was. But I wasn't sure what they meant by an anti-woke reboot.
I'm just trying to think of what in that movie was woke.
I don't. Well, again, that's one of those words that people wipe their ass with, and it's completely lost all meaning. So that's why I didn't understand, like, what a weird place to throw that phrase in. Don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I remember the movie. I can't think of anything that would make that a woke film.
Alan, maybe they'll make it woke by giving her a schlong.
Anti-woke.
Yeah, they say anti-woke.
That would be woke if they gave her a schlong.
We've got some food news. There's a dude, a lot of drive-thrus that you go through now. It's a recording, or it's AI. AI is being used now in a lot of these drive-thru things. And they famously can screw up. Taco Bell has been doing this. And this guy found a workaround for him.
1,000 waters.
Let me get a team member to help you.
Can I get the Rockstar Fruit Punch Refresca?
I like that he left his actual order in there. His actual embarrassing order. Could I get the Rockstar Fresca? How about the 1,000 waters, sir?
How about I bring you back 1,000 waters?
I guess that's his workaround. Is you ask for some crazy order, and then they bring a person over there.
I'd like to pay for the guy's meal behind me, too. Just pay it forward.
Oh, wow, that's really nice of you.
Yeah, Who knows? Maybe it'll catch on.
All right. Well, you have a great day, sir.
Stop! 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 Please let me go! Please let me go first! I'm doing something!
Hi, can I take your order?
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 Coke, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Okay, that'll be $680.
Okay.
The AI couldn't handle that. Let me get a team member for you, sir.
What did you say? Was that 55 taters?
Yes, 55 taters. Okay. Good. But when you pull up because what's funny is it screws me up. And again, I'm not going through a drive-thru very often, but my daughter does like a plain hamburger from McDonald's occasionally. And so I'll pull in and the greeting is recorded and then it pivots to the kid on the microphone. The trouble is you start talking to the recording. And so halfway through and then the person comes on. So I'm like, okay, who am I talking to? Because the recording is like very excited. And then the person comes on and they're beaten down because they're in there with the headset on. Like, hey, thanks for showing up. Why can I get you? They're like,
Yeah, what do you want?
But I'm already, hey, can I get a...
What do you want?
Can I get 55 pies?
55, what kind, sir?
55 taters. Another guy is complaining because they've changed Pringles. God, I want some people's lives. They got the time, they have the inclination to complain about this stuff. Sitting around posting videos to TikTok. They changed Pringles. Why don't you go jump off your roof? Why don't you break your own legs and stab yourself in the eyes with the bones? Why don't you do that? Why don't you jump into a wood chipper and save us all the trouble? This guy's opening up a little thing of Pringles. He's like, guys, these are not the old Pringles. These aren't the normal Pringles that we're all so used to. Who would notice that? Who? At all would notice that.
Maybe someone who eats a lot of Pringles. I mean, you got to be eating a lot of Pringles to notice that.
Even if you're eating a lot of Pringles, like, why would you care?
I don't know. The only thing I could think of.
They changed Pringles. So we just got some of these cans of, I haven't really had Pringles for a long time, but we got some of these cans. And this is completely different. Does everybody know about this? This is not the normal Pringle. It's got like bumps on it. They used to be smooth and like grainy, and even when you eat it, it's completely different.
He goes, I haven't had Pringles for a long time, but somehow I remember exactly how they were. And now I'm going to tell you about them.
Ugh.
And aren't Pringles, I mean, they have to be legally, I think. They can't call Pringles potato chips. I think they're called crisps because they're not potato chips. They're just like whatever mash that they press into that shape. And those are Pringles. You know, like if you get a bag of Lay's, those are potato chips, right? They slice them, they deep fry them, whatever. Pringles are like a manufactured potato-flavored shape. They're like potato powder or something. And this guy is like, they changed them. Did they? They changed the manufactured potato powder smashed slices? And now you can tell? Alan, that happened to Chocolate Charlie. He got caught in a pay it forward thing at Taco Bell, and the order behind him was $80.
Oh.
Yeah, I bail out of those. I've gotten caught in those before. I bail out. I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah, what do you do with that?
It depends. I mean, I've done it before, but there's other times I'm like, no, thank you. Didn't come here for that. Appreciate it. Fundamentally, I like the idea. You just got me on the wrong day. Not today. Alan, if they changed the flavor of original Mountain Dew, you'd be devastated. They have. They make it with 0 sugar. and on occasion I will grab the wrong one. But I certainly wouldn't film myself drinking it and complaining.
No.
I would continue with my day, and no one in my audience would be any wiser. But again, maybe this guy is some potato chip aficionado that I'm not hip to.
Yeah, that must be it.
Maybe he's all over TikTok. He go, honey, come here. Here's a new video from the potato chip guy.
Jerk.
I mean, you can make yourself, we're in this weird cultural tension now where we're dealing with the death of expertise, or people don't think that experts know anything all of a sudden, combined with people who are convinced they know way more than they do on any given topic. You just go, oh, I'm an expert because I said I am. And it's low stakes if it's potato chips. Listen, I like the occasional Oreo. I'm not an Oreo aficionado. I couldn't go online and tell anybody anything about Oreos that they might not already know.
I can. I can tell you, there's a whole lot less white stuff in between them black crackers now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The double stuff? I used to if I would get Oreos, I would only get double stuff. Get a pack of double stuff now. You go, bro, what is happening?
It's like what the original Oreo was.
That's right.
And now the original Oreo may as well just be like 2 cookies, nothing in between, in betwixt.
They have 4,000 flavors of Oreo now. They went from one flavor for 150 years to 4,000 flavors, seemingly overnight.
The only one I've had is the mint one, which, if I'm going to do that, I'm just going to have a Girl Scout cookie.
I haven't had those.
It's fine.
I like the lemon Oreos. Those are pretty tasty.
Lemon?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. My pantry, there's a package. I just noticed it. There's a package of lemon thin Oreos. I assume for my daughter. Although I've never seen her eat one, so I don't know. But if I'm going to get Oreos, like they have Selena Gomez Oreos. And I go, do they taste like her? Because I'll buy that. But it says in tiny print, chocolate and cinnamon. And I was like, I don't care about that. That's fine. She can have that. Richmond Heights. I always like digging into the police blotter. They're just little blurbs, but if they get you at just the right time. Siblings express concern about brother after finding bottled urine in their mother's home. Boy, that's a nice way to put that. We expressed our concern because we found jars of piss. Oh. Hey, bro, is everything okay? Is everything all right? The brother who's living at their mother's home in Richmond Heights, his home had recently been condemned. The Lake County Board of Health had removed 19 cats from it. It's one of these guys who feeds stray cats. And the guy's house had no working utilities. And it was a hoarder house.
Yep.
And so he's staying at his mom's home. And, of course, he's not stopping all of his feeding stray cats nonsense. So now they're running into problems there. But the siblings, who are just checking on their mom, said that they found bottles of urine in the basement. And they were concerned. I would be too. At what point, by the way, is there any container of urine that would not bother you? Is it a matter of just putting it in a container, or does it matter what the container is? For instance, if you found a vial of pee, you go, weird, but okay, as opposed to, here's a giant ball jar of pee. Does it matter, or is it just the fact that someone's keeping their whiz that is cause for concern?
I think it matters. I think the more of it, I think the more concerning it is.
All right, sir.
I mean, you see trucker bombs on the side of the road all the time.
Yeah, but that's an occupational hazard.
Yeah.
This is a guy who's, when it gets to the point of you're clearly keeping them.
Yeah.
The trucker bombs go out the window.
Right.
Hence the name. If you're keeping them, boy, I don't think it matters what they're in. I'm around here feeding stray cats and I ran out of milk. That's where there's all these tiny dishes of pee around. Because I just can't stop feeding the stray cats. I just love them so much. All right, I want to hand off this Buzzard bike key for you. We're giving away this brand new Harley, Southeast Harley Davidson, real American beer, and WMMS, the Buzzard bike. 2024 Harley, brand new. But you got to win one of these keys. You will be one of 100 people, and then for the finals on August the 9th, we're all going to gather at Slim and Chubby's down there in Strongsville, and one key will fire up this Harley Street Bob 114, the 2025 Buzzard bike. Go to WMMS.com, find out how you can get a key, because I'm going to be out doing a handful of events as well. But you can win keys from Rover and Stansbury and me, too. So you get the last one this week. Good luck. Caller 10, you got a key for the Buzzard bike. Hope it's the one. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring. Jelly Roll. Sammy Hagar. Justice. John Fogerty.
And just added Diplo.
15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Gear up, music fans. Hyundai is back as a proud partner of the 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Join us as our electrifying all-star lineup hits the stage like never before.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 66. Saturday, a chance of afternoon showers, high 87. Sunday, partly sunny, chance of storms at 80.
This report is sponsored by Murphy Tractor. Your job is demanding, so choose a partner who delivers more. At Murphy Tractor and Equipment, we provide John Deere equipment that sets the standard for reliability and performance. Visit murphytractor.com and take your job site to the next level.
Leaking water heater.
Just call sales! Just call sales!
This July, celebrate freedom at Volkswagen of Streetsboro and drive
podcast network iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Everything is so expensive. Instead of buying new clothes, just wait for the rapture. You'll be surrounded by free stuff because, let's face it, you won't be going anywhere. Another life hack from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Ride around on wheelchairs motorized by electric motors made by goblins in a factory overseas. They're there to buy drywall and other products so they can eat back at home on the sofa. They watch TV about a man named Chandler Bing who died in a freak hot tubbing accident and spent his time drinking hot dog flavored water on a popular TV show called Tub Girls. I don't want to pay for anything. Clothes and food and drugs for free. If it was 1970, I'd have a job and
Dr. Ryan Berglin's going to be here later on, about an hour. Ryan Berglin is a surgical urologist at the Cleveland Clinic who has joined us for many years for a segment that we call Is It Red? It is guy-centric because that's a line of work he's in. So you guys who are like, oh, hey, I had a one-night stand, and now there's all kinds of colors coming out of it. That is the kind of query he fields, and a lot of times might have an answer for you. So we will take your calls and your texts and your messages, however you want to get them in. If you're not able to listen live, you can send the messages to me now. Is somebody on hold, or is that...
I don't know.
No, they hung up. Oh, my phone switched over to WTAM.
That makes sense.
Switch those
Isn't that helpful?
back to mine. There we go. 100.7. I believe those are my phones.
I love the burp in the beginning.
Yeah, he just lets it fly.
Just so good.
Yes. So Dr. Ryan Berglin, next hour. It's been a minute. It's been since January that he's joined us. And just from an aesthetic standpoint, he's got great pipes.
Really does.
Yeah, he's got a good voice. So works out fine here. Guardians baseball tonight. All-Star stretch is over. So they get back to it tonight against the A's. They'll stick around to play the Baltimore Orioles through next Thursday. So a couple of homestands here. 7:10 tonight. So right after we get out of here, we'll get under your pregame there around 6:40. First of 3 tonight. Downtown at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Beautiful night for a baseball game. Tomorrow night, our metal show airs. Incarceration Weekend. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. If you were at the Ghost Show last night, you saw him on stage with Rob.
Mm-hmm.
And they will join yours truly for 2 hours of nothing but heavy metal. And we have a lot of fun doing it. And it's called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's tomorrow night. And then Sunday morning, the Weekend Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from this week. Just me and Rob, just tossing it around. And
just tossing it.
You ever have meat sticks?
Like a
beef
jerky
yes,
type of,
like a beef stick. You know, everybody's all concerned about their protein now, and that's a
salud.
And that's a pretty easy way to get it. Somebody sent me the ranked meat sticks. You know, I've never had a Slim Jim. I don't even know if that's considered meat. Isn't it chicken?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Aren't Slim Jims pressed chicken?
That I couldn't tell you. I mean, they're fine. I haven't had one in 20 years.
Well, it turns out, purely by coincidence, that the kind of beef sticks that I enjoy came in at number 1. They're called Chomps. That's the kind I get. I get the jalapeno. But you can get it in a variety. Now, the only problem is, of course, you have to floss immediately afterwards. But small price to pay. And so over the past couple of years, I've begun to discover the virtues of the beef stick. And I was going over this list. I was like, oh, the ones that I like, number 1. solid meat.
I'm sorry.
What?
Nothing.
All right. Rob, you know how I like a big, thick beef stick in my mouth. There's nothing wrong with that, all right? I'm trying to drill down on my protein intake.
Right, yeah.
And there's a lot of different ways to do that. The jalapeno, and you know how I like my coriander and celery powder. It's not just for Chicago hot dogs. It's also for the chomps. But, you know, you'll see them more and more, too, in, like, the impulse aisle if you're at the store.
Always by the checkout, too.
Yes, of course. We're in a golden age of beef sticks these days because of all the protein propaganda. And I've fallen prey to it, too.
I think I would rather just eat beef jerky than a beef stick.
Jerky.
Yeah.
Jerky takes worky, though. I mean, you really gotta. I mean, I like jerky, too.
Yeah.
But they lock it up. You know, you go to the Walgreens or the CVS, the jerky is locked up because it's like $13 a pack.
It is amazingly expensive.
Sure is. So, I'm not sure if you're into beef sticks, what kind you're partial to, but Old Trapper and Tillamook, Wisconsin's Best, these are all on the list.
There's
Jack Link's.
There's a meat store near us, butcher, whatever. They make their own, and they're very good.
Mm-hmm.
I get those on occasion. I don't know, man. I just feel weird about that, eating those things.
You feel weird about eating beef sticks?
Yeah, well, they're just so processed. Like, there's so much going on there.
Yeah, but it doesn't take that long. They're good in a pinch.
True. And better than eating like a bag of chips or something, I suppose.
And listen, yeah, of course. And the ones that I like to get, whole hog. I like to get the ones where they go from rooter to tooter. They don't waste anything. Alan, what about the Post Malone flavored Oreos? They had Oreos flavored like Post Malone? I don't think that I want anything to do with that. He looks like he smells.
He sure does.
And I'm sure from what I've seen, very affable guy. Like Post Malone a lot. I don't really know his music that much, but, you know, what are you going to do? Alan, if I saw a bunch of martini glasses full of pee, I'd be disturbed. Yeah. Slim Jims are made from all kinds of stuff. Lips, hearts, peckers. Yeah, well, you know, if you're going to consume the slimmest of Jims, then that's what you're going to get.
It's got like that greasy, like oily, I don't know, yuck on it.
Oh,
it leaves
okay.
like a film on the top of your mouth.
Well, that's why I towel mine off.
Okay.
I peel them out. I get the Chomps jalapeno. I peel them out, and then you give it a rub, and then you just guzzle that meat stick, Rob. I don't know what your problem is with that.
All right. And then there's those weird red ones that look like dog boners.
Red Rockets.
Yeah.
Here's $1,000. It's your second to last chance to win this week. $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. 5:30 today will be your very last keyword. So I hope you win going into the weekend. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I'm coming down for the Guardians game. What's the CLE Clothing Company word of the month? I'm glad you asked. It's hot dog. It is hot dog, right?
It sure is.
Hot dog. 20% off. CLE Clothing Company. If you're going to duck in there before the game, just give them hot dog. It is technically 2 words, sure. But for our purposes, we're making it 1. And so if you're not coming down to the game, you still want to get yourself some stuff all through the rest of the month. We are unbelievably almost out of July. Use hot dog for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. You know, there are a lot of people who put a lot of stock in the supernatural. I think it's really fun. I don't believe in it. Doesn't mean it's not true. You know, I tell people this. I don't know it's not true any more than you do know it's true. There's no evidence to support these claims. I would love for it to be true. But one of the things that gets a lot of focus is this Annabelle doll. You ever seen the movie Annabelle?
Yep.
Okay. This is supposed to be a real doll, right? A haunted doll. And there are people who take it around. This guy, Dan Rivera, is a part of the New England Society for Paranormal Research, or NESPR. And this Annabelle doll, it gets taken around. And Dan Rivera died suddenly. He was on tour with this Annabelle doll. Died suddenly. And people who believe in this kind of stuff think that it's just top to bottom hinky, right? That Conjuring movies were kind of what made the Annabelle doll famous. But I think it's just, isn't it just an OG Raggedy Ann doll?
I think
that's
so.
Kind of gussied up or something?
Yeah.
And so this guy, I think they made it look different for the movie. They wanted it to look creepier for the movies. But the OG is just like a Raggedy Ann doll. And he was on tour with the Annabelle doll, town to town, up and down the dial, showing it to people. And he died in his hotel room in Gettysburg, of all places. And the coroner said that there's nothing hinky going on. Sure. But that the doll wasn't in the hotel room where he died. So where was the doll? This is the kind of stuff people love to get their hooks into. He was on a tour called Devils on the Run. It's very, very lucrative to play upon people's interest in the supernatural. I shouldn't say play upon. I mean, you actively go into it. You consent. But there are people who fancy themselves ghost hunters and things like that. So it's, there's a whole supernatural industrial complex of which these people are a part. But his death remains an active investigation. They still have to get the autopsy results back. He was a young guy, 54. But probably, he probably just had a heart attack or something when he was sleeping?
That sounds a little bit more realistic,
Or do you think
right?
the doll killed him?
The spirit followed him from wherever it was to wherever he was, and blah.
I mean, what's the lore of the Annabelle doll? That it has a spirit in it?
I've not seen one of those movies, but I think that's the whole... Isn't it like in a glass case or something?
I thought that it was, except the one that they show in the movies is not what the real one looks like. The real one, they made it look like more of a creepy doll. And the actual one is an old Raggedy Ann doll that they claim is haunted.
Yeah. Except it's not.
I don't know that it's not. I don't believe that it is because, again, there's no evidence to support that claim. But I don't know anything.
Yeah. I'll go with I know. I'm going to just stick with that.
Well, if nothing else, she now has a death on her hands, Rob. The story of the doll was featured in the 1980 book, The Demonologist. This was somebody who was associated with the Warrens. Those are the people in those Conjuring films, right? Ed and Lorraine Warren. You want to talk about a bit of complimentary casting. When you see the real Ed and Lorraine Warren, and then you get Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga, you're like, oh, okay. Well, they did you a huge service by casting those people as you. The Warrens claim that this doll was demonically possessed, and they place it in a display box at their museum in Monroe, Connecticut.
Monroe?
Monroe! You know where Monroe, Connecticut is?
I do.
Monroe.
Monroe.
And so it's made its way through, the Conjuring films and all those. And from time to time, they would report that the doll had disappeared. But I wonder what happened along the way for them to at least purport that the doll was haunted. And now that this guy has died while on the road with the doll, people really, really got their undies in a twist. Now, of course, the coroner, a man of science, goes, there's nothing weird here. We're going to figure out why he died. But, spoiler, probably not because of the doll.
Right.
The doll is thought to be possessed by the spirit of a little girl. Okay. Now, there are people in the ghost hunting community who are like, this is a bunch of claptrap. His death had nothing to do with this doll, and vice versa. But Dan Rivera was an Army veteran. He was a father of 4. He was well-liked in the community, an all-around good guy, I guess. And they said they didn't find anything unusual or suspicious in his room, other than the fact that the doll wasn't there. They're saying that they're just trying to profit off of this guy's death.
Hello?
Who's this?
This is Rob. Who's this?
Hey, Rob, man, you recognize my voice? I heard you talking about ghosts and dolls and stuff, man.
Is this the ghost bag?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh my God,
you
dude.
remember me?
I do.
Yeah.
So good to be talking to you.
What's up, bro?
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Where you been?
Man, I'll tell you what, you would not believe where I've been. I have been all over, man. I took a bit of a sabbatical and just got to know myself a little bit better. I wanted to know, who is Ghostbag? Why am I here, man? What am I doing with myself? And so I kind of figured all that out, and now I'm back.
Well, it's an honor to talk to you.
Oh, stop.
No, really.
No, stop.
Okay.
I know it's an honor. Don't worry about it. It's dumb. No, please, man. I just heard you talking about that doll, and I want to let you know it's all made up.
It is.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because I killed that guy, dummy. I got in there, and I sat on his face.
That's,
Never knew what hit him. How do you like that?
So are they able to tell what happened to him by you doing it that way?
No. They'll never figure it out.
Cause of death, ghost bag.
It's a victimless crime, man, except there was a crime and a victim. But other than that, a victimless crime, man.
So now that you're back, what are you up to? Where are you going to stay? Like, what's going on? Just popping in and out?
I'm going to see Superman this weekend. I'm excited about that. Because I was in it. You know, I was in the movie.
You were?
I was.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, they didn't credit me, but I played Crypto's fart.
Yeah.
If you blink, you'll miss me, man. But that dog was gassy.
Is it that scene when he jumps on Superman in the beginning?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I play the fart. It's just a little white cloud. That's me, man. I got paid SAG scale.
There was also a couple of scenes where a lot of trash and things were sort of kicked up into the air, and I did see some bags. Were you in there as well?
No, I'm not a bag anymore. I'm out here. Part of my rediscovery is shedding my bag image.
Okay.
So people can still call me that, but I'm not rocking the bag anymore, man.
And that was shedding, you said, right?
Shedding
Yeah.
bag. That's right. Now that I'm playing farts, man, the world is my oyster.
So is it ghost fart now?
No, yeah, ghost bag's fine.
Okay.
That's how people
all right.
know me. I'm just saying that if you see Superman, I'm in it.
That's unreal. I'll have to watch for you next time.
I mean, listen, I was hoping for something more prominent, but you start somewhere.
Of course.
Right? They called me and they said, "Hey, man, you want to play a dog fart?"
Well, and you got the credit, right? So now technically you'll have benefits forever, won't you?
I don't know about that. I don't need them. I'm not even alive.
Well, I'm saying SAG benefits. You can get whatever you want. Like they'll take care of you in retirement, all that stuff.
I guess. Hey, speaking of SAG, how about that girl that plays Lois Lane? Hey, how about a bra, lady?
She did show them in an episode of Miss Maisel. They were
Whatever.
beautiful.
Yeah, okay, fine. You talk about having your SAG card. I get it, man. Fine. Anyway, I heard you talking about the doll. I was just gonna check in. I hadn't talked to you in a long time, man. So.
It's really, really nice to talk to you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, I'll tell you how. Did you like Superman?
I loved it.
Okay. Well,
You were fantastic in it now that I know.
The dog fart. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. You didn't even know that was me. Now you're lying.
Now I know. It's. I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
All right. Talk about back end points. Dummy. All right, I'll see you later.
was wild.
Anyway, the autopsy report is soon to be released on this Dan Rivera guy, but I think even people who are into that kind of stuff are like, yeah, he didn't get killed by the doll, which I'm sure is a real bummer for them. I'm sure they would have loved there to be something left behind that made them think there's something hinky.
Well, they can still say, oh, he was at the place and the thing jumped on him and just stayed in his system and killed him while he was asleep.
They found it lying in the shower.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to take another break here. Dr. Ryan Berglin will join us later on, so if you've got questions for him for our Is It Red segment, guys, get them to me, email them. You can text them. Otherwise, we'll take your calls and messages live while he's in here. 35192 is the text. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Don't rock the boat.
Don't rock the boat, baby.
Unless that boat is Captain Fun's floating fandango.
Hey, it's Captain Fun.
The Alan Cox Show will rock the Good Time 3 on Saturday, August 23rd. With live music and booze as we cruise Lake Erie.
File aboard for a floating fandango.
Win your way aboard weekdays from 2 to 6 at an upcoming ticket stop or at WMMS.com. Don't miss the boat. Rock the boat.
Rock the boat.
Presented by Circle K and 100.7 WMMS.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Mr. Hero's turning 60. We're proud to have served your favorite cravings like the signature Roman burger and classic hot buttered cheesesteak for 60 years. And celebrating what we do best. Thanks, Ohio.
I crave the hero.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event at Kia of Streetsboro. What's that mean? Get up to $1,000 off new in-stock Kias. That's right, now is the time to buy. Get up to $1,000 off new in-stock Kias at Kia of Streetsboro. Light up your July with a brand new Kia K5. Get explosive savings on the Kia Telluride or zip through summer traffic in a fuel-efficient Kia Forte. All with low lease deals and financing as low as 0%. Put more of your money in your pocket. 99 cents down, 0% interest, and up to $5,000 over Kelly Blue Book for your trade. Celebrate your independence all month long. Get to Kia of Streetsboro today right off the turnpike or seize the road at KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 7/31/25.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Crystal here for Hyundai of Bedford. If you're like me and maybe you need a little help getting approved, they've got your back. Their special team knows that just because your credit score might not be great, that doesn't mean you don't have buying power. They're going to take the time to get you into your beautiful new Hyundai with great styling and amazing tech like the sporty Elantra. And every new Hyundai comes with owner assurance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain coverage. Get to Hyundai of Bedford for the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event now through September 2nd. HyundaiofBedford.com.
Hey, it's Josh Cribbs. This summer, Friday nights come alive at the Blue Herring in Medina. Bring the whole family for an epic concert series featuring live bands, delicious eats, refreshing drinks, and free parking and shuttles. Just for $10 a show or $75 for a season pass. Don't miss the brand new Blue Herring Mug Club. Grab your limited edition beer mug for only $15 and enjoy $5 refills all season long. Sponsored by Bueller's Grocery, Voodoo Vodka, Hillcrest, and School of Rock. Get your tickets today at BlueHerringMedina.com. ThirdFederal.com.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And for a limited time, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.49%, APR 6.52% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-THIRD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
First, there was Tuesday. Then there was Taco Tuesday. And now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, including Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yeah, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty's free. It's the greatest thing to happen to Tuesday since not being Monday. Hit up a participating Wendy's and make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Limited time only while supplies last.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
At Advent, nasal congestion and sinus infections can be solved with an in-office 20-minute procedure. Elsewhere, expect surgery.
iHeartRadio wants you to see Volbeat on their greatest of all tours worldwide in Chicago, August 22nd. We'll take care of everything, including the GOAT private meet and greet experience with an autographed merch item. Listen to us on the free iHeartRadio app. Tap the contest tab and enter. Tickets at livenation.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Tees, hoodies, accessories, and the WMMS Buzzard gear at all 4 locations and online. Use the promo code HOTDOG for 20% off all through the month of July. ClevelandClothing.com. Shop now at ClevelandClothing.com, the brand of the land.
Hear that? That's the sound of freedom. This July, declare your independence on the open road during RCDRV's Declare Your Independence sale. Running July 5th through the 19th, we're offering all-American savings on all in-stock motorhomes, fifth wheels, and travel trailers. Wave goodbye to ordinary vacations and say hello to adventure. Stop by any of our locations, Medina and North Ridgeville, or shop online anytime at rcdrv.com. Celebrate the red, white, and blue with unbeatable savings at RCDRV. RCDRV, freedom starts on the open road.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Traffic.
From the Elk Traffic Center, you were injured because of medical malpractice. Call 1-800-ELK Ohio. 71 North at the bottom of the Bagley Road on-ramp. Fire police on scene, making it difficult for those entering 71 North. A quick merge. The right lane also blocked on 71 North. 71 South near Boston Road. An earlier vehicle fire off to the right side. Traffic recovering there. In Lorain County, a crash on Route 10 West before 83 backing traffic to 480. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Sargent Clean Car Wash. Join Sargent Clean Car Wash in supporting your local veterans. Stop by any location July 17th through the 24th, and a portion of your purchase will be donated to NeoPat. Make your car wash count.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios, we say yes.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Everybody knows that the dice are loaded. Everybody rolls with their fingers crossed. Everybody knows the war is over. Everybody knows the good guys lost.
The late, great Leonard Cohen. Remember Leonard Cohen? He's another guy who had all of his money embezzled from him by his manager. Poor guy had to go back on the road and tour 80 or whatever, make some money.
Well, he made money off the cover of Hallelujah, too, didn't he?
That's his song.
So I'm sure when it was redone.
Yeah. Oh, when other people covered it. Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. Dr. Ryan Berglin will join us shortly for Is It Red? Guys, if you've got questions, he's a surgical urologist there at the Cleveland Clinic and joins us a few times a year to answer your questions. You're not a physician. I'm not a doctor. So you got some weird stuff going on down there. Maybe he can help. So we'll take your calls shortly and email, texts. If you want to get a message in early, you can do that. If you can't listen live, and we'll try to get it to him. Stephen Colbert last night announces that CBS is axing his show. And there's really no big mystery behind what's going on, even though CBS and Paramount say that it's purely an economic decision. Nobody thinks that's the case.
What do you think it is?
Well, it was greasing up for Trump because Paramount wanted to get this merger done. Sherry Redstone, her dad Sumner Redstone, was the head of that company for a long, long time, and they were trying to get a merger done with Skydance Entertainment. This guy, Larry Ellison, who's the head of Oracle, his son is the CEO of that company, and they needed FCC approval. And as with every other agency now in the Trump administration, these are not independent agencies anymore. They're basically doing his bidding. And so he was suing Paramount over that 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. Another one of these manufactured standard Trump lawsuits. But when you get in them, what you're supposed to do is force the other side to settle, which is what he wanted. Colbert had been very vocal about the fact that it just basically amounts to a giant bribe to Donald Trump, which in fact it is. You know, he fancies himself a mob boss, so of course that's what it is. And so this deal just went through for Paramount and Skydance to merge, or at least it will. Colbert and even Jon Stewart over at The Daily Show both publicly called bull shrimp on Paramount for settling that suit. They said it amounted to extortion, which is exactly what it is. Paramount says, no, it's nothing like that. It's just an economic decision, except that the Colbert Show is... Late Show with Stephen Colbert is the #1 show in late night. Now, that doesn't mean things aren't changing, obviously. The late night viewership is way down. But this is not a new development. This has been going on for a while. Those trends are moving in that direction. But Late Show with Stephen Colbert is the #1 late night show. It gets about 2.5 million viewers, which compared to the old days, the glory days of late night television, that's nothing. But he's the #1 show in that slot. Jimmy Kimmel gets about 1.8. Fallon gets a little over 1 million per night. And so say this is an economic decision. That makes really good cover because, you know, two things can be true. So it makes good cover for the fact that this was clearly a gift to Trump. Just to get the deal done, to get FCC approval for this merger so Sherry Redstone can cash out, that the Ellison kid can start running things the way he wants to run them. And so Stephen Colbert went on and said, so we're going away. I mean, obviously they'll have to pay out the rest of his deal. I think they just re-signed him not that long ago. He was put in there by Les Moonves, who used to run CBS.
Before we start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And Yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of the Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away. And I do want to say, that the folks at CBS have been great partners. I'm so grateful to the Tiffany Network for giving me this chair and this beautiful theater to call home. And of course, I'm grateful to you, the audience, who have joined us. Every night, in here, out there, all around the world, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. I'm grateful to share the stage with this band.
I mean, listen, all of these guys doing late-night talk shows are one merger away from losing their gig. It just so happened to be that Paramount was in the middle of this giant lawsuit with Trump. And so they wanted to settle it. And the guy over at the FCC was like, well, do this and we'll take care of this. And so I don't think there's anybody looking at it with clear eyes who thinks it's anything but that. But Jimmy Fallon is still over at NBC. That's Universal. Kimmel has been doing his show for a long time. He's over there at ABC. And, you know, Seth Meyers, he's under that NBC umbrella too. And so, yeah, late night television isn't nearly what it used to be, but everybody knows that. Again, this is not a new development. And so I think that making what they call an economic decision is really good cover for what most likely happened behind the scenes. I have to think that a guy like Stephen Colbert is going to land on his feet.
Probably doesn't even have to, though.
What's that?
Probably doesn't even have to, though.
Probably doesn't have to, but again, it's not like he was making Letterman money. You know what I mean? I mean, he took over for Letterman when Letterman retired. And Letterman was a guy, because he was in the golden age there of, you know, he never got better ratings than Leno, but he made like 3 times the money because CBS was willing to pay him. And Leno was a guy who was like, you know, famously never spent his Tonight Show money.
They'll put the Colbert thing on Netflix or something like that. You know what I mean? And just sort of make it a once a week thing.
Or throw him over on HBO. I mean, they got John Oliver, they got Bill Maher. I mean, Bill Maher's not going to do that show forever.
Yeah, I also think this could be the kind of thing that starts the dominoes falling too, right? Like,
I think so. The first person had to put their toe in the water.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, man, but 90% of what people are seeing on Fallon or Kimmel or even him, Colbert, it's happening in social media posts.
No
one's watching that show.
They're watching the clips the next day.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, it makes sense. I mean, being able to hide behind, if it was in fact, like you were saying, the pressure part, it is easy to hide behind that being an economical decision.
Yeah, it's really good cover because it's not untrue. But again, he alludes to it later on. He's like, I have a staff of 200 people. That's not cheap. He's the guy making the lion's share of the money, of course. And when these mergers happen, a merger of any companies, broadcasting, finance, whatever, when companies merge, they go, well, what can we get rid of now?
Yeah.
It just so happens that Paramount and Sky, there were a lot of things converging together that just amounted to bad timing for Stephen Colbert. And I'm sure that he saw that writing on the wall as well. And he's a man of conviction and integrity, so he was like, it's not going to stop me from calling out the network for the Trump thing.
Do you think he's funny?
Stephen Colbert?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's funny.
He's a sketch guy.
Yes. I struggle a bit at times with that show because I think it feels like they have to constantly go to the political well. It feels like there's never anything else to talk about.
Well, you are also preaching to your own audience, like you're preaching to the choir on those shows.
Yeah.
Because Kimmel does it too.
For sure.
Seth Meyers, once you lock into something that people like, Seth Meyers used to do a monologue.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that Seth is now like doing stand-up specials for Netflix, he was never a stand-up comedian. He's a sketch guy too. His hours are funny because he's a great writer and he can perform them. But, the Colbert Report I thought was great when that was over on Comedy Central.
That was excellent, but it was done in it was satire. You know what I mean? Like this just feels like there's never anything else to talk about.
Well, listen, they turned over the hour after Colbert. They had that Taylor Tomlinson thing. They made a big deal about her show because she was going to be the first woman to have a late-night talk show and all that, and hers was more of like a game. Hers was obviously tailor-made for social media, right? TikTok and things like that. She bailed out of that. I don't know how long they signed her to a deal, but I think she bailed after a year. She's like, I'd rather go out and do stand-up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think both things are probably true. It just so happens that this is absolutely a push from Trump and the FCC to screw a guy who's on the air talking about what a dope he is. So it's really easy to, people go, well, it's all fluff and who cares? But, you know, this isn't just about entertainment programming. It's a very concerted effort to remove programming where people openly criticize Trump. It's just very simple. That's partly what that is. And they were dragging their feet on this settlement because this lawsuit was completely frivolous in the first place. I'm surprised it was ever even allowed to continue. But they wanted to get this merger done. And so they're like, just write the guy a check. But that's what it is. It's extortion. So, I big picture, I'm sure Colbert will be fine, even if he's not. But it's like, the same day that they announced that Peacock, which is the streaming service for NBC Universal, they're going to end up being the most expensive streaming service out there because they're raising their rates again.
This is nuts.
They're going up $3. Usually when they do it, Netflix will go, hey, we're going up 99 cents to keep bringing you amazing programming, blah, blah, blah. Peacock's going up $3 a month.
Yeah.
Which not everybody has Peacock, so that's probably why they got to look. I have Peacock. I watch a lot of stuff on Peacock.
Same.
And I don't care. It's going up $3 a month and they count on that. You're kind of boiling the frog, right? Like they don't think people will really notice, but Peacock is now the most expensive streamer. And they have Love Island over there, which has been a huge hit from them. And they'll have the NBA. So there's a lot of things for them to pay for. But, and you can get them with ads or without ads. But without ads, it's like $17 a month.
Yeah, I kept the ads.
And the without, I do too, except you get ads every, 30 seconds now on these things. But, yeah, whatever.
But back in the day, right, if someone was like, hey, we're going to increase this by 40%, we'd have been like, get bent. I'm out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now you're like, it's $3. Who cares?
Right.
Go ahead. Take some more.
But obviously, this is the beginning of the end across the board. These other, if I were Fallon and Kimmel, I would be clinching my sphincter right now. Because
Absolutely.
You're like, okay, well, they're not going to re-sign me after this or take a huge pay cut or something. I don't know where these guys are in their deals. I think that Jimmy Fallon has always said, I'd like to have this job for the rest of my life. But
who wouldn't?
Of course. Well, it is a lot of work. Those shows are a lot of work. And people don't realize that when they go into them. But you talk to anybody who's done that job, and they're like, it's a lot of work.
I also think
you don't just show up. And you have writers and all that. And sure, that was always the thing that kind of made me chuckle is, you have a show where you're on for an hour a night. I think of the work that goes into this program. And it's 4+ hours a day. I don't have writers. That should be readily apparent to anyone who listens, So it's me putting everything together and writing everything and whatever. And then you have like late night shows. These are network shows, of course. You have a host who's making millions of dollars a year. The show is an hour, but when you remove the commercials, you're doing about 40 minutes of content a night. A lot of that is interview or band or whatever. You have writers. So it is a lot of work, but you're being very well paid for it too.
Yeah. Of course. I've always found Jimmy Fallon to be jarringly unfunny. I cannot get behind. I thought he was great on SNL.
He's not everybody's cup of tea. I mean, he's...
It's just too hokey for me for what The Tonight Show always was, right? Like Carson, Leno, Fallon? It doesn't feel like the same show to me.
I mean, when Carson went away... To me, he was like the old guy who had overstayed his welcome. I mean, yeah, when I was a kid, we grew up watching Carson, and then when he left, but it was years later where I was like, I understand why people liked Carson. I understand why, that was the guy.
And he was a
But
prick.
I was a Letterman guy.
I was too.
You know?
I was too.
Gen Xers, we were Letterman people.
But I thought Jay Leno was good. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't my favorite, but he was good. His monologues were good. His delivery was good. He was funny. He's a good stand-up. And I think that led to what he became as a host, right? Good communicator. But I think, I don't know, man. There's just something weird to me about Fallon being the guy that continued that legacy, right? Like Conan fell into that role. He could have been so much better if they gave him the chance. You know what I mean? That Conan to me would have been the perfect solution for that show. And he lasted what, 3 months?
Yeah. Colbert's contract was up in May. Oh, I see. Okay, well then they don't owe him anything. Well then that's okay.
Was up in this past May?
No, this coming May.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So pay him for whatever, half a year.
Yeah.
It's a great deal.
Well, no, they won't have to pay him anything because they're going to end it in May.
Oh, right. Okay.
His deal will be up.
Maybe they'll give him something on the way out.
Plus, somebody points out Letterman owned his show, too. Colbert did. Worldwide Pants owned his show. So CBS got to keep more money with Colbert there. But, again, you want to talk about, it's a legacy product over there, The Daily Show at Comedy Central. But as part of that portfolio, Comedy Central, man, I guarantee Paramount probably couldn't care less about that. So Jon Stewart's probably the next one out.
You think so?
That whole show will go away.
I can see them combining. Like you see Colbert and Jon Stewart getting together to do something together like the old days.
Maybe. But now everybody just pivots to podcasts.
That's true,
I'll just go do Jon Stewart already does one. I don't know if Colbert does one. I don't really keep my ear to the ground on those. But
what are they going to do with the Ed Sullivan Theater?
I don't know.
That's just weird, right?
Yeah,
to think that that's not going to be a late night theater.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Convert it back to some kind of production venue.
I was in New York at company meetings when.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, it's twice today, you son of a bitch. The day after his final show, David Letterman's, they had already, all the doors were open to the theaters, and they were gutting everything.
Yeah.
Like all of his stuff, the signs, the set, everything was just broken down, busted into pieces, and thrown into dumpsters. And I was like, all the history, that sign in the dumpster.
Had I been a few seconds slower, I would have met Letterman. Because he would famously pull his car up to the stage door at the Ed Sullivan Theater and hop out and go in. And I was walking past the Ed Sullivan Theater, and I hear this kind of screech, and I had already passed the door, and I turn around, and it's Letterman getting out of his car and running into the stage door.
Was there a bunch of people around?
No, because he pulled up so fast.
Oh.
It would have been me and Dave right there. Had I just been a few paces slower, because I walk fast, and had I been a few paces slower, I would have. He would have run in there just as fast, but I would have made it a point to be like, Dave, or
What's
something.
up, Dave?
Because
Hey,
I
man.
love Letterman, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, he was great.
But I never went to Letterman. I have friends who've gone to Saturday Night Live. I've never been to SNL.
I went to Conan. I saw a
did
live
you?
taping of Conan in New York, yeah.
I was on a junket. I'd only been in Cleveland for maybe a year when Conan went over to TBS. They did this big junket, and there were 10 radio shows from around the country that TBS flew out there to hang with Conan. We got to sit on the set and take some pictures and screw around, and it was a whole thing. He bought everybody custom-made suits. A tailor came in to measure me.
Wow.
And Conan, and I still have the suit. The inside of the suit has Conan's name in it or something. So that was the only exposure that I had to him.
Oh, he was great.
But he was great too. But I never saw the show. I never was in the studio audience for the show.
I never realized how much went into that stuff too. He comes out before the show starts and he just starts to warm the crowd. And you would think there'd be a comic or somebody that would do that for him. He comes out, starts talking to people, messing with the guy in the front row, having a good time. There was tech issues during it, and there was a feedback, and I think they might have left it in the show too. But they didn't know if it was his desk mic, so he's kind of tapping on the desk mic, And then he takes his lapel mic and he shoves it in his nose, and he goes, and he's like, "Is this one?" But it was really, it was so perfect Conan. You know what I mean? I loved it, man. I got to see them do in the year 2000 live.
Yeah.
Or 3000.
2000.
2000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob should have pulled a Kramer. Set the sign up in his apartment, like when Kramer pulls out all the pieces from the Merv Griffin show.
They wouldn't.
Sets it up in his apartment.
They broke everything into pieces. That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't. I think they realized.
Oh, they didn't want people absconding with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they walked out like that whole backdrop. Remember behind him? That was I saw them breaking it into pieces from inside because the doors were wide open, so you could see into the theater. They took all the seats out. It was completely gutted in like a day.
Well, time rolls on, right?
Yep.
Sooner or later, we all get the tap on the shoulder, and they go, "You're done."
But that next day,
Thank you for your service. Yeah.
That show done that night, or whatever they shoot during the day. That night, they started breaking stuff down. The next day, that theater was gutted.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, you got to flip it, right?
I guess.
Hey, want to go see Pantera? The show is Wednesday out at Blossom. Pantera with Amon Amarth in Snafu. We're playing 2/3 of those bands on 2 Hours to Midnight tomorrow night. You'll get my last pair. It's Zach Wilde. It's Phil Anselmo. It's Rex Brown. Charlie Benanti of Anthrax behind the drums. And you out there pumping your fist. Pantera at Blossom. They are part of the Live Nation Ticket to Summer shows, by the way, too. They have a whole list of shows. Tickets are only $30. You can go to livenation.com if you strike out here or you want to see what else they got going on. Last 2 tickets here. You at Pantera with a pal Wednesday night at Blossom. We'll see you there. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Dr. Ryan Berglin will join us next. Maybe you couldn't give a fat frog's ass about Pantera, but you got something weird going on down below, and you want to ask him a question. Our Is It Red segment with Dr. Berglin. Hopefully answering your questions to your satisfaction. You can text them to me, 35192, or you can call us 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly cloudy skies tonight with a low of 66. Saturday, a chance of afternoon showers, high 87. Sunday, partly sunny, chance of storms at 80.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
As the temperatures rise, cooling mattress prices fall at Levin. Get the guaranteed lowest prices on Tempur-Pedic Luxe Breeze mattress. And we'll deliver your Tempur-Pedic mattress next day or it's free at Levin Furniture and Levin Mattress.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off of closing costs. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.49%, APR 6.52% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Josh Cribbs. Kick off summer the right way. Join me as I MC Friday, July 18th at the Blue Herring in Medina as the High Energy Caliber Band takes the stage to launch our Friday night summer concert series. Get ready for a night of country rock hits, great food, cold drinks, and a family-friendly vibe that's second to none. With free parking, complimentary shuttles, and lawn seating under the stars. It's the perfect way to celebrate summer start. Tickets are just $10, and you can grab yours at BlueHerringMedina.com.
The
breeze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hear that? That's the sound of freedom. This July, declare your independence on the open road during RCDRV's Declare Your Independence sale. Running July 5th through the 19th, we're offering all-American savings on all in-stock motorhomes, fifth wheels, and travel trailers. Wave goodbye to ordinary vacations and say hello to adventure. Stop by any of our locations, Medina and North Ridgeville, or shop online anytime at rcdrv.com. Celebrate the red, white, and blue with unbeatable savings at RCDRV. RCDRV, freedom starts on the open road.
So I was out of town visiting my family the other week. My sister has the most incredible pool. The way that I jumped right in and started swimming with the quickness, because listen, I don't have to stop everything and shave anymore. And it's all thanks to Ideal Image. No stress, no stubble. Hello, no packing razors on vacation. It is everything. In July, laser hair removal specials are almost gone. So book your free consultation today at idealimage.com, or from your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say Ideal Image.
Hey, it's Alan, Real American Beer, and the Buzzard are rocking America's holiday all month, giving you a chance to win a brand new 2024 Harley Davidson. Join me at Finney's on the Towpath in Akron, Thursday from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. Real American Beer, light, crisp, crushable. Don't drink and ride.
Deftones. North American Tour 2025. Live in Cleveland. Rocket Arena, September 10th. With special guests, Idols, and the Barbarians of California. Get tickets now at rocketarena.com. For more, visit deftones.com.
Relationship benefits at KeyBank reward you for things you were going to do anyway, like using your KeyBank checking account 5 times each month. You could unlock higher interest rates, more cash back, and loan discounts. Now, imagine getting rewarded for other things you were going to do anyway, like high-fiving.
Yes.
Calling your mom.
Hello.
Or petting cute dogs. If only. Learn how simple it is to get benefits when opening a checking account at key.com/relationship. KeyBank opens doors. All credit products subject to credit approval. KeyBank, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Doogie here for the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Make this the summer at Avon Lake CDJR because the new owners, Scott and Elliot, they're ready to say yes to you by extending Employee Pricing Plus, which means you pay what they pay. Select new 2025 models are now discounted $5, $10, and even up to $20,000 off MSRP. That's right, up to
Fender bender reported on Route 8 North off-ramp to northbound 271. Jackie Roberts in the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Don't let car trouble strike you out. Trust Conrad's for the winning play.
Save $25, $50, or even $75 on service, brakes, steering, suspension, exhaust, oil changes, and more. Visit econrads.com or see store for details. Be road ready.
I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the story of my Uncle Chris, a real character, a garbage truck driver from South Carolina who is now buried alongside the founding families of Panama. Wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and war intertwine as I share the tall tales and hard truths that have helped me understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Some things are never meant to be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got your last chance this week to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. That keyword is coming in about 7 or 8 minutes. Dr. Ryan Berglin is back from the Cleveland Clinic. I had to go back through, and you haven't been here since January. And so welcome back.
Thank you, as always.
If you have a question for Dr. Ryan Berglin, we do a segment here called Is It Red? For many years now, and he's joined us, a urologist over at the Cleveland Clinic. And when I say he performed my vasectomy, I've said this before, there's a lot of showbiz he put into it. And, maybe he's done yours too. I guess the 3rd anniversary of mine, Veterans Day, is when you performed my vasectomy. And so he joined us a few times a year, guys, to hopefully answer questions about maybe you've got some strange things going on down there. Is there any way to determine in the day-to-day workings of your line of work when you're consulting with people, is there any kind of through line? Is there any most common question you get from people? Have you seen an uptick in questions about ED, for example, or prostate cancer or anything like that?
Actually,
or is it all over the place?
It's all over the place. You know what is interesting, though? I would say for the last 10 years, people would walk into the office and they'd have a stack of printouts that they got off Google.
Yeah.
Now everybody's coming in with their ChatGPT conversation.
Are they really?
And they're kind of pitting me against what ChatGPT had to say about
They're pitting you against a hallucinatory data set. That's got to be fun. Well, you hear about that from all manner of physicians, right? People come in kind of, if they don't have a chip on their shoulder, then they might have an idea that they know, well, what about this? And then you have to kind of, set them straight or diplomatically disavow them of some notion that they've got.
It's an interesting tool, though, because you can kind of I kind of have described myself and asked it to give me reviews of interesting things about topics that I take care of, localized prostate cancer, that kind of thing. And it's pretty good. It does have the hallucination problem, and it does steer off topic a little bit.
Right.
It tends to steer you into more, like in localized prostate cancer, more like metastatic cancer, because there's a lot of advertising, a lot of conversation about it, but it's not really relevant.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
And so it's going to keep getting better.
Yeah. Well, it has to, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It veers quickly into, the Nazis were into vasectomies. And if you have a question for Dr. Ryan Berglin, there are a variety of ways that you can contact us. You can call. Rob will screen your call, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. I will see all of those. That is 35192. And you can email me, and I'll see those as well, obviously. That's Alan at AlanCoxShow.com.
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
Now, the conversation, Rob reminded me, and the listeners have reminded me as well, the conversation that we have had in the past, and I wanted to ask you is, it's considered effeminate, very, very silly, but considered effeminate to sit to pee. I do it at home. I don't do it at work. We have urinals. But any opportunity I get to have a good whiz and sit, I do. And I'm curious if there is any difference whatsoever as far as like a healthy, is standing or sitting, is it negligible? Not health benefits, but I mean, You know,
it's an interesting question, something I haven't thought about. My first instinct now is pull out ChatGPT and kind of do a little search on it.
Yeah.
The natural position to go to the bathroom though is more of a squat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to kind of more developing countries, it's you're squatting over a hole in the ground. So sitting on a throne to go to the bathroom isn't probably as natural as that position. But I'm not aware of any advantage, disadvantage either way. As far as sitting or standing, et cetera. There are people that have to sit to urinate, various anatomic things going on there.
I'll tell you what ChatGPT said. Pros and cons of standing and sitting. That's basically what they give you here. It's standing, the pros, faster and more convenient. It's very convenient. Cons, more splashing. Sitting, pros, cleaner, more relaxing. You can really have a good time when you're in there taking a load off. Cons, it takes more time.
And floating buoys.
Yeah, right. But does it really take more time, or is it just people sitting there on their phones? I mean, that's, I don't spend a lot of time in the bathroom. But I just wondered, I think that the question was along the lines of, people who have prostate issues or whatever, if that matters if they sit, or if that's something that they prefer to do.
Some people that have prostate problems, for instance, have to generate a lot more pressure to empty because they've got that large prostate, so they have to Valsalva or generate a lot of abdominal pressure. So sitting might be easier, or they, in case there's an accident in other ways that they can control for that. But people who have to generate a lot of pressure probably do need to sit down.
Because we've had people call us before and say like, oh, and I think that you've chalked it up to prostate issues or whatever. They call and they'll go, when I pee, I'm standing there peeing for an hour or whatever.
Common problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me see the text here. I sit to pee because of a piercing. Well, yeah, okay. All right. Alan, I have a friend who had a blood test and was surprised because the test revealed herpes and they had never had an outbreak. Is it possible the text was wrong? Is this anything Dr. Berglin has ever heard of?
Well,
like a false positive, I guess?
The presence of antibodies against herpes are in the general population is very high.
Okay.
So HSV1, the kind of the one that we're more familiar with, the kind of fever blisters or cold sores.
Cold sores.
It's 30-40% of the population has antibodies against it. And I think HSV2, I think it's 10 to 15%, but not anywhere near that proportion of the population has the actual disease where you see it.
Mm-hmm.
So lots of people have been exposed. Lots of people make the antibodies. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're carrying the virus.
So it could be a case of somebody who got a false positive, or
if it's the antibody, it just means that they've had an immune response to the virus.
Gotcha.
So they've been exposed to the virus at some point, but
which a lot of people probably have.
A lot of people probably have, and so many people have fought it off or have kept it at bay. As far as having symptomatic disease, and I'd have to look at this again, but it's in the low single digits as far as people that have active disease.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you have a question for Dr. Ryan Berglin, urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. Alan, I'm 45. I've been a diabetic since I was 3. What is Dr. Berglin's recommendation for ED? The best thing they can do for ED? Erectile dysfunction.
That is a great question, and in someone who's been obviously a type 1 diabetic for this long, there's a combination of having some nerve issue there and some vascular issue there. So if it's just a nerve issue, injections work really well, where you inject a little bit of drug into the penis, get an erection. So intracavernosal injections work really well. If it's a vascular issue, that's not going to work so well. And so that patient might want to consider getting a prosthesis placed. And I'll tell you something. It sounds like a crazy concept to have an artificial device placed in your penis. There's a very high patient satisfaction rate. There's actually a very high partner satisfaction rate. So in our own program, 90%
you're always ready,
of the,
right?
of the
or you
patients
can always,
are happy.
Yeah.
97% of the partners are happy.
Yeah.
Because it works on demand, and it's kind of the quality of the erection is like you were 20 years old again.
And that's something where ED medication wouldn't take care of that. Like they require the physical implant or whatever it is?
The ED medication can help with the nerve problem. It's not going to help so much with the vascular problem.
Okay.
And you know,
and doesn't do anything for libido. At least some of them don't. Yeah.
Has nothing to do with libido.
Right.
And really, libido is more of it's a more complicated problem. In the sense that there can be a psychological component, but there also can be an endocrine component. For instance, someone who has a low testosterone. It's the first thing you check with that. If I see somebody who's drinking heavily, obese, smoking, those kinds of things.
In bad shape.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Well, social media, though, is flooded, obviously, with, like, ED stuff and testosterone replacement and all that kind of stuff. And so the ED medications seem to have gotten so broad now that they're like, oh, these over here are just for, vascular or whatever, but these over here are for libido too, or, so it's understandable where people could get confused or.
One thing you're seeing is a lot of advertising around, and you'll notice it's ED, testosterone, but also hair loss.
Yeah.
And it's because you can get an online consult with a physician that can then get you a prescription drug. So a lot of these services are advertising prescription drugs.
Right. It's super easy to get.
Super easy to get
Yeah.
with the ubiquity of having a virtual visit with
Yeah.
a physician.
Daniel in Medina, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, what's up?
Is this the doctor?
Oh, yes.
Hey, I've had a problem going on for about 6 months now, and I've been to 3 different urologists. They can't seem to figure out what's going on with me, but it's kind of embarrassing, really. I've been having issues with erectile issues where it's just inconsistent. And so, anyway, I've been watching this show for a while, so I knew you was coming on, and that's what happens whenever I look at Alan. It just stands straight up, and then when it pans over to Rob, it just drops down to the floor. Like it's just like. So, but then the next day I look at Rob and it goes up, and then it pans over to Alan and it just drops to the floor.
Rob, is this
Does
your
mean
neighbor?
I'm
Is that?
homosexual?
I'm not. I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. It does, Daniel, and that's fine. And I'm happy that you finally come to grips, as it were, with thank you. There's Daniel. Boy, that was a long way to go for that payoff.
He told me I've been to 3 years. I'm like, okay, yeah. He sounded like he got a real question.
Uh-huh.
Dick.
Death grip syndrome. I sent myself an article on this a while back. Can you harm your penis? Guys who watch a lot of porn, and, well, they attribute it to guys when they do these studies, guys who watch a lot of porn and subsequently are kind of become increasingly desensitized. The guys are hurting themselves because they literally have to grip themselves so tightly that it's causing problems. They're like, hey, if you're going to whack it, you don't have to strangle it.
There are conditions where you can cut off blood flow to the penis that are dangerous. I mean, one of them is called paraphimosis, where the foreskin is retracted, gets swollen or whatever, and you can't pull it back. And that actually is technically an emergency. You can lose blood flow to the distal penis. Also, people who put constrictive devices around the base of the penis.
Right. C-rings and things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, whether you can do that with your hands, that's interesting.
I guess some people are trying to find out because...
That's kind of remarkable.
Yeah, death grip syndrome is what they're the slang term for it, I guess. Let me check the text here real quick. Alan, I am a female. What age should men start getting their prostate checked and how often?
If it's just a guy on the street, no family history, not African American, 50 is probably a reasonable time to start. Any family history, any kind of genetic predisposition, African American, I would start in your 40s. Interestingly,
Black men have a higher disposition for it?
Higher risk of developing prostate cancer. Same with family history. There's a genetic component. I'll tell you though, when did I get my first PSA checked? When I was 40.
Yeah.
And the reason being, there is some compelling data out of Sweden actually that one of the most important PSAs you get in your life is in your 40s, because not necessarily that you're going to detect prostate cancer, but having a high baseline PSA in your 40s is associated with later developing prostate cancer. So, the guidelines recommend really starting in your 50s, but I have no problem checking it in the 40s of of patients that come in.
Sure.
Well, that's convenient. You're here, so you want to just take it.
Let me turn all these lights off.
Yeah.
And then let me give away this money here real quickly, and we'll get back to Dr. Ryan Berglin. Last keyword of the week for you to grab $1,000. I hope you get it right under the wire. $1,000 here from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, after a radical prostectomy, what are Dr. Berglin's feelings on Trimix?
Trimix. That's
Trimix.
Trimix is intracorporal and intracavernosal injection. It's where you inject a drug directly into the penis to get an erection.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really effective as long as you don't have vascular compromise. It works really well. We usually will start patients 6 months out from surgery. That's when we start to consider doing that. But it's a great way to get kind of back in the saddle, even as you're trying to recover natural organic erections.
Do penile injections have to go in at a certain spot, or can they just go here, whatever, here?
You want to hit the cavernosal bodies. So, you essentially have three structures that going through the shaft of the penis.
Yeah.
They're the two bodies on the side, and then there's the sponge below, which is what carries the urethra.
Yeah.
So you want to hit in those two, the two rigid cylinders at the side.
Rigid cylinders. That's what you want. Your corpus cavernosum. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Let me see. Alan, is it something I should worry about if my morning pee is foamy and has an odor?
No.
Okay. So don't worry about the foamy odor then.
Just drink more water.
Yeah, there you go. What percentage of people who are exposed to HPV through oral sex develop some sort of oral or throat cancer?
Oral or throat cancer?
That's what this person's asking.
I'm not as aware of a HPV connection. Oh, no, excuse me, HPV. I thought we were saying HSV. HPV. It depends on the strain of HPV. We do know that some of the strains are more likely than others to lead to an oral cancer.
Yeah.
As far as the proportion exposed, I'd have to look into that. I don't know, but I think a lot of people I think it's hard to know exactly because a lot of people are exposed, and a proportion of those go on to develop symptomatic illness. Probably small.
Somebody else texted and said their boyfriend has low testosterone. He's been seeing a urologist for a few years now. He's on Testagel.
Yes.
I think some of this is talk to text, so I'm kind of trying to figure out what they're saying. But it's not His testosterone is still low, so they're concluding that maybe it's not working properly or not working for him, and they asked if you recommend an alternative because it literally negatively affects every aspect of his life, she says.
So Testapel is a kind of a long-term pellet that's put below the skin that it releases over the course of even up to a year.
This is like an implant type thing.
It's an implant, yeah, that you have to get once a year. I would start. You can have injections. You can have a transdermal. We have some patients that just don't absorb it through the skin very effectively.
Right.
And injections work really well. There's some issues with that, but there's some newer formulations that have a little smoother release over longer periods of time. So,
but it's still but they're all like mildly invasive.
Yes, but the Testapel itself it's a procedure where you have to put an implant below the skin.
Yeah.
So all of them would be. The least invasive is a transdermal application, and some people just don't absorb it very well. So like some kind of androgen-based gel.
Yeah.
That you put on. When you heard about all the baseball players, that was one of the things that the baseball players that were on PEDs.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that they used. I forget the clear or they had a name for it.
Yeah. I remember what you're talking about, though. Yeah. Daniel in Cleveland. Hello.
It's Ed.
Oh, sorry. Ed? Is it Ed?
Oh, yes.
All right. ED, what's going on?
Hey. That's funny. Got a question for Dr. Berglin. I've been seeing these a lot of supplement advertisement for like nitric oxide to clear out the arteries, to get the blood flowing again, to get down there to, correct
the ED?
I would just say
Is there any truth in that?
I would say with the supplements, it's kind of buyer beware. And nitric oxide as opposed to nitrous oxide, which you're familiar with in balloons and stuff like that, or in the dentist office. Nitric oxide is a signaling molecule used on the cellular level. It's not really something that you ingest. So my guess is that or it's not something that you would ingest to get a desired effect, and it is involved in the pathway that creates an erection. So if they're advertising that it's nitric oxide creating erections, that's really not exactly what's going on there. And just, with the supplements, there's a little bit of buyer beware. Remember, it's not really subjected to the same level of scrutiny as an approved drug.
Okay. So I should just probably go see a doctor then, I guess.
It's probably your best bet, yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess that answers my question.
All
and
right.
Then Alan, this is Ed, the guy that lost his nipples.
Thank you, Ed. Congratulations on that. Yeah, there you go. Ed, who lost his nipples. And, Dr. Ryan Berglin is here from the Cleveland Clinic. Guys, if you have questions along these lines, this is a good time to avail yourself of his wisdom. He joins us a few times a year. 216-578-1007 if you want to call a question in. 800-348-1007. A lot of people texting in, so we'll get to those. You can email me as well, and we will be back. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Feel the rush of letting it ride on the Nordic Darts Masters League. Or break the bank with a bet on Indonesian table tennis. The Buzzard bookie is back with your chance to win $1,000 to blow on whatever action you're into. Always wanted to bet on the U.S. Amateur Billiards Championship? Well, now you can with money you won from the Buzzard bookie. Get keywords at 30 past the hour and get super angry because you lost it all on women's water polo. The Buzzard bookie on 100.7 WMMS.
Brought to you by the Great Lakes Medieval Fair. Open weekends July 5th through August 17th. Come for the food, the fantasy, the costumes, and the entertainment. Family and pet friendly. Visit medievalfair.com for themed weekends and tickets. Come to the fair.
This Buzzard weekend is sponsored by prayersformaria.org.
Time for a new AC?
Just call sales! Just call sales!
First, there was Tuesday. Then there was Taco Tuesday. And now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, including Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yeah, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty's free. It's the greatest thing to happen to Tuesday since not being Monday. Hit up a participating Wendy's and make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Limited time only while supplies last.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event at Kia of Streetsboro. What's that mean? Get up to $1,000 off new in-stock Kias. That's right, now is the time to buy. Get up to $1,000 off new in-stock Kias at Kia of Streetsboro. Light up your July with a brand new Kia K5. Get explosive savings on the Kia Telluride or zip through summer traffic in a fuel-efficient Kia Forte. All with low lease deals and financing as low as 0%. Put more of your money in your pocket. 99 cents down, 0% interest, and up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book for your trade. Celebrate your independence all month long. Get to Kia of Streetsboro today right off the turnpike or seize the road at KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 7/31/25.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The big 000 is here at Ken Canley Kia. Buy with 0% financing for 60 months. 0 down or 0 payments till October. That's worth repeating. Buy with 0% financing for 60 months. 0 down or 0 payments till October. Over 1,500 Kias, including K5. Celtos, Telluride, Sportage, Sorrento, and K4. Payments from just $119 lease per month. 25K for 24 months, $36.25 due at signing, 10K miles per year. No security deposit required. And when it comes to credit, we have more ways to say yes. We'll work with you to get our best rate at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer, 25 storage APR, $16.67 per month for 1,000 finance, plus tax tag title and fee on approved credit through KMF expires 7/31/25.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating.
Keep celebrating when you bundle and save with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
At Advent, we help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine by getting your nose and throat working with our unique Advent approach that you
Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I want to listen, too. What's radio again?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians back at home tonight after the All-Star break. Back half of the season. They will start up tonight, first of 3, against the A's, straight out of Sacramento. 7:10 tonight is your first pitch. So 6:40 is when that pregame will get rolling here in MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. Dr. Ryan Berglin is back to join us. Called Is It Red? He is a urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. And when he is able to join us, we take your questions, guys. The text is 35192. You can dial in a question as well, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Ron is in Brooklyn. Hello, Ron.
Hey, how you doing, Alan?
What's going on?
I just want to know if those Colic guards are effective at all. I guess poop in a box. I don't know what it is, but something like that.
I mean, that's what I did. And I figured
I did the same.
Yeah, I when I did it, I was like, "Oh, this will be fun. I'll get a thing back that says you're totally fine." And the thing that I got back said you should make an appointment and get a colonoscopy. So that's what I did.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Mine came back totally fine, but I was just wondering how effective are they? Are they really good or no? I'm not sure.
I think they're legit.
They're totally legit, and you know the point of using it is it's one data point prior to getting a colonoscopy, right? You know, and it just kind of alerts you as to whether or not you need to get one. It's not going to replace a colonoscopy, unfortunately, and so you're still going to have to. It's a decision point about whether or not you need one, or when you need one, essentially.
I understand. Okay.
Because you got to actually look,
Very
and you got to
good.
get a biopsy.
Yeah. Thank you, Ron. Okay, let me dig into the text here because there's a lot of them piling up. Finasteride completely destroyed my libido, this person says. I was on it for 4 months and now off it for 2 years, but it still hasn't recovered. Any suggestions?
It's very interesting. There's a small proportion of folks that go on that medication that do have kind of a lingering problem with that. My first question would, of course, be to check your testosterone levels, because it may be that there's correlation and not causation, and you just happen to be going through a period of time where your testosterone was also going down. And so that's a
something like caffeine could affect that too, right?
It could be a lot of things, a lot of other things that could have led to that, stress, et cetera. And so correlation doesn't equal causation. So check your testosterone level. Your testosterone level's low. It may not be so much the finasteride as it is testosterone level, but there are reports about patients having long-lasting libido problems with finasteride.
Another texter asks, how much blood in the urine is worth visiting a doctor? I tend to have it in the morning, but I'm fine by midday.
So 20% of patients that have visible blood in the urine have it because they have a tumor. So there's no tolerable amount. Now,
especially if it's every morning.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, there are things that can cause blood in the urine, and so and there are explanations for it. But until you have an explanation, a proven explanation, you need to make sure it's not from a tumor. We have these things called red herrings, and so a lot of people will think that they've got blood in the urine because they've had urinary tract infections or stones or something like that. But you've got to make sure you don't have a tumor.
So make sure that you're ruling it out.
20% of patients with visible blood in the urine, roughly, and somewhere 3 to 5% of patients with microscopic blood in the urine will have a tumor.
Hey, Pete. Hello.
How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, I got a question for Doc. I'm almost 60 years old. I have what's called Peyronie's, and I'm being prescribed a generic form of Cialis in about 5 milligrams. Supposed to take it every day. I don't think it's helping. I'm looking for other alternatives because I am still sexually active with my wife, and I'm just looking for help to see if there's any other guidance. I've seen 2 urologists, and they both said this is the course.
So interestingly, it's 2 separate problems that can be linked. So one is erectile dysfunction and one is Peyronie's. and the two potentially, and there's some crossover, but the two potentially can be treated in different ways. Peyronie's is a plaque in the penis that causes curvature, and with that curvature, if the curvature is greater than 30 degrees, you've had it stably, the curve hasn't changed at all in a year, and it's interfering with your ability to have intercourse, that can be treated. There are some injectable treatments, there are some surgical treatments, there are other treatments that can be done for that. Erectile dysfunction is the inability to obtain and maintain an erection sufficient for intercourse. So folks that have Peyronie's disease can get sufficient erections, but they just can't have intercourse because it's so badly curved. You can imagine, and I've seen this, a penis that's curved 90 degrees. It's hard to have intercourse with that, even if you have a good erection. The flip side is you can have no Peyronie's but have terrible ED where you can't get an erection at all. So if the problem is not being able to get an erection sufficient for intercourse, that's the ED. If it's curvature, that's Peyronie's. So is your problem Peyronie's or ED, or is it both?
No, it's Peyronie's. It is Peyronie's for sure.
So Peyronie's, and is your curvature more than 30 degrees?
Close. I would say it's close.
So
very close.
What I would do is I have a couple of partners that specialize in that problem, and just arrange a consultation. They're going to want to know how significant the curvature is, because it really is not helpful if the curvature is less than 30 degrees.
What's the number people can call over there at the Cleveland Clinic?
1-800-CCF-CARE, and also just if you want to just call my office, my secretary is going to kill me, but we could set something up. But don't everybody on this station call my assistant. She'll kill me.
Pete, call Dr. Berglin's office and set up a consultation there. Somebody else wants to know, Alan, please ask Dr. Berglin, does the number of patients with penile injuries increase when the gathering of the Juggalos takes place in the general northeastern Ohio area? That's a good question. I don't know if he has any data points on that. I think all signs probably point to yes.
Anecdotally, I haven't seen any uptick during
That's good.
The festival.
You have it on the calendar just to cross-reference. Alan, my husband had his prostate removed from cancer a few years ago. He can get an erection if he lies flat on his back, but if he moves, it tends to go away. Any suggestions?
That is classic ED.
Okay.
The inability to obtain and maintain erection sufficient for intercourse. So it's interesting that it's so positionally based, but that's a classic example of someone who should be just going through the usual progression: pills, injections, prosthetic. Actually, some folks use a vacuum erection device and are very happy with that. So that's another thing that you could think about.
A vacuum erection device.
Yeah.
A lot of people start there when they're just kids. You know, they get the attachment, and that's what got them into medicine in the first place. Does insurance cover the prosthetic? Somebody's asking.
That is a great question, and
probably varies, right?
It does vary. It varies because of what the diagnosis is that leads to it, and what the specific coverage is.
Yeah.
So
it's all in the coding.
Correct. And if you see a specialist, we have to go through an approval process before scheduling surgery. So it's not, it should not be a kind of a surprise billing kind of thing. It's a thing where the coverage is worked out in advance.
Hey, Dave, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I'm scheduled to have a needle biopsy on my prostate. I've already had one biopsy on it, and I wanted to ask the doctor the difference between a needle biopsy and a regular biopsy.
It's the same. It should be one and the same thing.
I have a very enlarged prostate, and my blood counts are very high.
A needle biopsy, it's essentially using a needle that has a hollow core in it, and you're.
Is this Dr. Berglin?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm listening to you guys, and I'm not hearing it. Okay, I'm sorry, doctor. My question is, I had a regular biopsy on my prostate. I have high PSA counts. I've had a large prostate for 30 years since I had my vasectomy. It's been a problem through the years, and my original biopsy came back negative, and now I'm going to do a needle biopsy. So what is the difference here between the two?
I think they're both one and the same. You use a hollow core needle essentially, and so the first biopsy is probably going to be a similar procedure. It's not on the prostate. You don't do really an excisional biopsy or anything else.
Okay. Now I have one more question, if you would, please. I get a PSA test like every 6 months because of my condition, and then all of a sudden, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, somebody's calling me. All of a sudden, what is the difference between a PSA test and a percentage-free?
The percentage-free.
Test?
That's a good question. Percentage-free is a part of the test that assesses how much free PSA there is. The lower the free PSA percentage, more likely it is related to cancer.
Thank you, Dave. Hey, Chris, what's your question?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Listen, I have a long-going urological problem. I have a stricture in my urethra, and it builds up scar tissue that my old urologist used to knock loose with the scope. Everything would be cool for 6 months. That guy retired. Now my new guy wants to do a balloon procedure that's a little more surgical, where I have to go in and have, surgery. And they put a balloon to the stricture, blow it up, and he said it will allow me to not have to worry about it for a couple of years as opposed to every 6 months. And thanks for checking my question out.
It sounds like a sound plan there. The longer you've had the stricture, the more kind of disease the tissue becomes over time. So sometimes it can become trickier to keep it open. But a balloon dilation is a very, very reasonable way to go.
A woman wanted to know if the blood in the urine statistic applies to them as well.
It's a great question. I'll tell you something. In our field, we tend to late diagnosis is much more late diagnosis of bladder cancer is much more common in women than men, and it's largely because women get have their blood in the urine written up as being related to UTI.
Yeah, there's so many other things that they could.
And so the first thing I would say is if you have if it's being chalked up to UTI, make sure you have a culture showing that there's actually bacteria in it. Almost invariably, when you go back and look at those patients, they've been getting treated as though they have a UTI, and you go back and there's never a positive urine culture.
Right.
But even that being said, if you're having visible blood in the urine, it really would have to be a compelling reason that I'm not going to do a workup. Visible blood in the urine is very concerning. By the way, having a bladder tumor makes it more likely that you get a urinary tract infection. So if you're a woman who's having frequent urinary tract infections with bleeding, the UTIs themselves may be a symptom of the disease as well.
Something larger?
Correct.
Yeah. If you have, again, I think a lot of these might be talked to text, so I'll just try to, if you have Dupuytren's?
Dupuytren's,
okay,
yes.
in your hands and feet, does it have any direct correlation to getting Peyronie's?
There is.
What are Dupuytren's?
Dupuytren's is where you have essentially contracted tendons in your hands. So you might see people walking around.
Kind of clawed, or
exactly. Okay. There is a correlation, but it doesn't mean that you would necessarily. It doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion that you would get it, but you probably do have an increased risk of developing Peyronie's. And we're not totally sure what causes Peyronie's, but there is some thought that there's a connection with erectile dysfunction in the sense that having intercourse with a less than rigid erection causes damage to the penis that leads to the scar tissue and the formation of a plaque.
One last text. Somebody is taking a 100 milligram daily SSRI. They said their sex drive and erections are non-existent. My shrink says that has nothing to do with it, but I don't really believe her. Is this something that could have an effect on me and my boners?
There are SSRIs that can, I don't know specifically which one this person's on, but there are some SSRIs that can lead to erectile dysfunction. But frankly, depression leads to erectile dysfunction as well.
Yeah.
So this is where, when you get into the kind of psychological causes of the phenomenon, it oftentimes is fairly complicated. And so one way, there's clearly a reason why this patient needs to be on the SSRI. And so under the supervision of the physician, there's always a reasonable ask to say, hey, could we try something else?
Mm-hmm.
But I would not just spontaneously go off that on your own volition. Because
she probably knows better.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's probably to do that under supervision.
Dr. Ryan Berglin from the Cleveland Clinic, it's always good to see you. Thank you for coming in. At the risk of flooding your assistant, what is the number that people can call over there at the Cleveland Clinic?
So if the patient with a specific question about getting in with my partner, just call my office at 440-312-2182, and we can get you in. But for general appointments, just call 800-CCF-CARE. They're going to do a better job getting you to the right person than my office will.
Right.
But, yeah.
Okay. Good to see you.
All right. Thanks
for coming in,
Thank
pal.
you. Thanks, Alan.
Let's, we'll close it out.
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
Oh, we did it. Oh, Rob, we did it. Can you believe it?
We crippled. What's the word I'm looking for there?
We're
crippling through it. We walked through it.
We're gonna walk into the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, man. That was interesting. Trying to answer phones and.
I know. We've got to get someone back there. Got to. Okay. Thanks, guys, for hanging out this week. Thanks again to Dr. Ryan Berglin, and we'll talk to you guys on Monday. More Buzzard bike keys to hand out, more tickets to join us on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. Go to the WMMS.com site and go to the contest page. You get all the details on both of those. Where can people get you in the off hours, Rob?
On Instagram, WMMS Rob.
I'm Alan Cox Show on your platforms. Tomorrow night, our metal show, immediately after the Guardians game, 2 hours to midnight. Usually starts around 10, but Guardians game might push it a little bit. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. 120 minutes of nothing but metal in all of its forms. It's a lot of fun. Sunday morning is the Weekend Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week of shows here, and then back live Monday afternoon. In the meantime, the program is available for you wherever you get your podcasts. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there for us or leave voicemails on the After Hours line. That number is 216-986-8903. And Guardians pregame is not far off. 7:10 first pitch tonight. They start up back at home after the All-Star break around the corner downtown against the Athletics. And that's it. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. I'll probably see you in incarceration this weekend. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say.